Chapter 1: The Billionaire's Only Son. The city skyline glittered like a promise Alina Rahman could almost touch. From the window of her cramped university dorm, Dhaka's evening haze softened the edges of towering glass spires in the distance, monuments to money she had only read about in economics textbooks. At 22, she was one semester away from a business degree that felt more like a survival plan than a dream. Her parents back in the village still believed she would make it big, send money home, lift them out of the cycle. She believed it too on good days. Her phone buzzed on the narrow bed. Adrian Wolfe. She smiled despite the knot in her stomach. Adrian was different from the boys who tried to impress her with borrowed cars or fake confidence. He was quiet power, tall, sharp-jawed, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a smile that appeared rarely but felt earned. They had met in advanced corporate finance 6 months ago. He sat in the back, always early, notes meticulous. She sat up front, asking questions that made professors pause. One debate over merger ethics turned into coffee, then late-night study sessions, then something neither labeled but both felt. Now he was texting, "Can we meet?" Important. She typed back, "Library in 20. Better, outside your dorm." Black car. Alina glanced at her reflection in the cracked mirror. Faded jeans, simple white blouse, hair in a loose braid, nothing flashy. She grabbed her backpack, laptop, notebook, the weight of ambition, and headed down. The car idled at the curb, sleek and black as midnight. Adrian leaned against it in a tailored navy coat, collar up against the February chill. When he saw her, his face softened. "Alina." He opened the passenger door. "Get in, it's cold." She slid inside. Leather warmed her instantly. The scent of expensive cologne and new car luxury wrapped around her. "What's so urgent?" she asked as he pulled away from the curb. He glanced at her, fingers tight on the wheel. "My father. He's looking for summer interns at Wolf Enterprises. Top-tier program, paid, full credit, direct mentorship track. I mentioned you." Alina's heart stuttered. Wolf Enterprises wasn't just a company. It was the company in the region: real estate, tech, shipping, finance. Billions in assets. Victor Wolf's name appeared in headlines like a king's decree. "You're serious." She breathed, dead serious. "He wants the best. I told him about your thesis on ethical supply chains. He was intrigued." She laughed, short and incredulous. "Adrian, that's huge, but why me? There are hundreds of applicants." "Because you're brilliant, and because I want you there." His voice dropped. "With me." The car glided toward the glittering heart of the city. Alina stared out at the lights. An internship at Wolf Enterprises could change everything: references, networks, a real shot at escaping the grind. But something in Adrian's tone made her pause. "Your father, what's he like?" she asked carefully. Adrian's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "Driven, brilliant, expects perfection. But he's fair if you earn it." Alina nodded, filing the hesitation away. Adrian rarely spoke of his father beyond surface praise. The only son of a widower billionaire, raised in boardrooms instead of playgrounds. She had seen photos online. Victor Wolfe at galas, silver hair impeccable, eyes like sharpened steel, always alone even in crowds. They pulled up to a quiet rooftop cafe overlooking the river. Adrian ordered sparkling water for both, no alcohol. He knew her habits. As they sat, he reached across the table, covering her hand with his. "I want this for you, Alina, not just because of us. You deserve it." She squeezed back. "Then let's do it. Send the application." His smile was genuine this time. "Already did. Interviews next week. Father's personal approval required." Her pulse raced. Personal. He likes to meet the candidates himself, says he can spot potential in 5 minutes. Elena swallowed. 5 minutes under Victor Woolf's gaze, she imagined those steel eyes assessing her, not just her resume, but her resolve. I won't let you down, she said. Adrian leaned in, voice low. You never do. They talked for hours. Strategy for the interview, her ideas for the company, his quiet dreams of reforming the empire his father built on ruthlessness. As the city lights danced on the water, Elena felt the future shift. Opportunity, danger, possibility. She didn't know yet that stepping into the Wolf Empire would be like walking into a gilded cage, or that the man who held the key would see her not as an intern, but as something to possess. Chapter 2: The Girl from the University. The fluorescent lights of the university library buzzed overhead like distant insects. Elena Rahman sat at her usual corner table on the 3rd floor, surrounded by towers of books and the soft tapping of keyboards from other late-night students. Her laptop screen glowed with notes on corporate governance, dry material, but she attacked it with the same focus she brought to everything. She was 22, but people often thought she was younger because of her delicate features and the way she carried herself. Quiet confidence rather than loud bravado. Long dark hair usually tied back in a practical braid, warm brown eyes that missed nothing, skin the color of sun-warmed honey. She dressed simply. Today, faded blue jeans, a white cotton blouse rolled at the sleeves, and worn sneakers. No jewelry except a thin silver chain her mother had given her when she left the village for Dhaka 4 years ago. The chain held a small pendant, a crescent moon. For protection, her mother had whispered, pressing it into her palm at the bus station. Elena still touched it when she felt the weight of the city pressing in. Her phone vibrated softly against the table. A notification from the university portal, grades posted. She clicked quickly. Advanced corporate finance, A+ strategic management, a business ethics, A+. A small, fierce smile curved her lips. Another semester closer. Another step away from the mud-floored house where her father still rose before dawn to tend rice fields, where her younger sister dreamed of following her to the city but might never get the chance. Elena closed her eyes for a second, letting the victory settle. Independence wasn't just a word for her, it was oxygen. She had refused every offer of help that came with strings. No rich uncles promising to sponsor her studies, no boyfriends who wanted to pay her rent in exchange for devotion. She worked part-time at a cafe near campus, tutored first years in economics, and lived in a tiny dorm room she cleaned herself. Every taka she spent was hers. Her independence had cost her. Friends sometimes called her too serious, unapproachable. Men her age either tried too hard or drifted away when she wouldn't play coy. She didn't mind. Relationships could wait, the future could not. That was why, 6 months ago, when Adrian Woolf first spoke to her in class, she almost didn't respond. It had been a Thursday afternoon. Professor Rahman, no relation, was dissecting a hostile takeover case. Elena had raised her hand. The board's fiduciary duty is to shareholders, not to sentiment, she said clearly. If the offer maximizes value, emotion shouldn't factor in. A voice from the back row answered before the professor could. Sometimes preserving legacy matters more than short-term gain. Destroying a family name for profit isn't ethics, it's betrayal. Heads turned. Adrian Woolf never spoke in class. He attended, took notes, left. Rich, handsome, untouchable. Whispers followed him. Only son of Victor Woolf, heir to an empire, drives a car worth more than most professors made in a decade. Elena turned in her seat. He met her gaze without flinching, gray eyes steady, expression calm but curious. Legacy built on exploitation isn't worth preserving, she replied evenly. Profit at any cost destroys more than it builds. A ripple of murmurs. Professor Raman smiled. An excellent point of debate. Continue, both of you. They did for 20 minutes. Elena argued structure and accountability. Adrian countered with long-term vision and responsibility to employees, communities, history. Neither backed down. When class ended, students lingered, waiting to see what would happen. Adrian approached her desk as she packed her bag. "That was impressive," he said quietly. "So was your counter," she admitted. "Most people just nod and take notes." "I'm not most people." A faint smile. "Adrian Wolfe. I know who you are. And you're Elena Raman, the one who always asks the hardest questions." She lifted an eyebrow. "Stalking me. Paying attention." He hesitated, something rare for him, she would later realize. "Coffee. I'd like to continue the conversation, without 30 witnesses." She studied him. Handsome in that effortless way rich boys sometimes were, perfectly cut dark hair, clean jaw, expensive watch that didn't scream for attention. But his eyes held something else. Not arrogance, not entitlement. Curiosity, maybe, or recognition. She could have said no, should have, perhaps. Boys like him usually wanted arm candy, not debate partners, but she was tired of safe choices. "Fine," she said, "but I pick the place, somewhere normal." He smiled, small, genuine. "Lead the way." They ended up at a tiny tea stall near the campus gate. Plastic chairs, chipped cups, the smell of frying paratha. Adrian didn't blink. He ordered tea like he'd done it 1,000 times, listened when she spoke about her village, her scholarship, her refusal to let anyone define her path. He told her little about himself that first day. Only that he was trying to understand the company he would one day inherit, not just the numbers, but the morality. That his father's way wasn't always his way. She didn't believe him completely, but she wanted to. Over the next months, coffee became dinners, dinners became late-night walks along the river, walks became something neither named. He never pushed, never flashed money to impress. He listened, challenged her, respected her boundaries. And slowly, against every instinct she had honed, Elena began to trust him. Now, in the library, she closed her laptop and leaned back. The internship offer still hummed in her veins like electricity. A chance to step inside the machine she had only studied from afar. To see if Adrian's quiet rebellion against his father's ruthlessness was real or just a son's fantasy. She touched the moon pendant at her throat. Whatever waited inside Wolf Enterprises, she would face it on her own terms. She always had. Chapter 3: A Dangerous Workplace. Elena stepped out of the elevator the next morning at exactly 7:15 a.m., 15 minutes early. The headquarters was already alive, earlier risers tapping at keyboards, coffee machines hissing, the low hum of ambition filling the air like static electricity. She wore the same navy blazer from yesterday, but today she'd added small silver cufflinks her sister had sent from the village, simple moons, a quiet reminder of home. Her braid was tighter, her posture straighter. She carried a slim black portfolio containing her printed resume, thesis abstract, and 3 pages of notes on potential supply chain improvements for Wolf's Southeast Asia operations. Overprepared was better than underprepared. Adrian was waiting near her desk, leaning against the partition with 2 takeaway coffees in hand. He looked freshly shaved, hair still damp from the shower, tie a deep burgundy that brought out the gray in his eyes. "Morning," he said, offering her the cup marked with her name in Sharpie. Black, no sugar. Figured you'd want to stay sharp. She accepted it gratefully. You didn't have to. I wanted to. He glanced around, lowering his voice. How was the chat with my father yesterday? Elena took a sip, hot, strong, perfect. Intense, but I survived. Adrian's mouth quirked. He can be overwhelming. Just remember, he tests everyone. Push back when you need to. He respects that more than blind agreement. She nodded, filing the advice away. Noted. He walked her through the floor quickly. Break room, copy center, emergency exits, the executive wing where Victor's office loomed at the far end behind double frosted doors. Employees greeted Adrian with nods and "Good morning, Mr. Wolf," but their eyes slid to Elena, curious, measuring. At her desk, he pulled up a chair beside her. Your first assignment is shadowing the strategic planning team. They're prepping for the Q3 board presentation. You'll sit in on the 9 a.m. briefing, take notes, offer input if asked. After that, you report directly to my father at 11 for a one-on-one review. Elena's stomach tightened. Already. He moves fast when he's interested. Adrian hesitated. If anything feels off, tell me, immediately. She met his gaze. I will. He searched her face for a second longer, then stood. I'll be in meetings most of the day, but my door's always open. Literally. As he walked away, Elena settled into her chair. The orchid from yesterday was still there, petals perfect. She touched one gently. Silk. No, real. Freshly delivered, probably this morning. She opened her laptop and logged in. The welcome screen flashed a custom message. Welcome, Elena Rahman. Your access level. Intern strategic oversight. Direct reporting line, V. Wolf. Direct. She exhaled slowly and began reviewing the shared drive folders Adrian had granted her access to. Project dossiers, financial models, competitor analyses. The scale was staggering. Wolf controlled shipping lanes, data centers, luxury developments across 3 continents. Numbers in the billions moved like water here. At 8:50, she headed to conference room 3. The team was already gathering, 6 people, mid-level managers mostly, all in their 30s and 40s, dressed in variations of navy and charcoal. They looked up when she entered. A man with salt and pepper hair and wire-rimmed glasses stood. You must be the new intern. Elena, right? I'm Karim Hossein, team lead. She shook his hand. Pleasure to meet you. The others introduced themselves quickly, names she memorized on the first pass. Rena, finance, Tariq, operations, Sophia, legal, 2 analysts whose names blurred together. They were polite, professional, but there was an undercurrent of caution. No one asked about Adrian. No one mentioned Victor. Karim gestured to a seat near the projector. You're here to observe and absorb. If something occurs to you, speak up. Mr. Wolf values fresh eyes. Elena nodded and sat, portfolio open, pen ready. The briefing began at 9 sharp. Karim walked them through the Q3 forecast, revenue up 8%, but margins squeezed by rising fuel costs and new regulatory pressures in Indonesia. Discussion moved briskly, data points, risk assessments, mitigation strategies. Elena listened intently, jotting notes. Halfway through, she raised a quiet hand. Karim paused. Yes. If we reroute 15% of the Singapore, Chittagong shipments through the new Mongla port facility, we could shave 12–14% off transit time and avoid the upcoming tariff hike. The infrastructure upgrade finished last quarter. I ran preliminary numbers last night. A silence for a beat. Then Sophia leaned forward. You modeled that already. Elena slid a single printed sheet across the table. Basic scenario analysis. Assumptions are conservative. Karim scanned it, eyebrows rising. This is solid. We'll add it to the deck. Tariq gave her a small nod, approval, maybe respect. The meeting wrapped at 10:40. As people filed out, Karim lingered. Good work in there, he said quietly. Keep that up and you'll be noticed. I hope so, Elena replied. He hesitated. Just pace yourself. Things move fast here, sometimes too fast. She met his eyes, another warning, or just friendly advice. Before she could ask, her phone buzzed, internal message from Layla Karim. Mr. Wolf will see you now. Office 4200. Do not be late. Elena gathered her things and walked the long corridor to the executive wing. The double doors were open. Layla stood just inside, expression neutral. Miss Rahman, right on time. Elena stepped past her. Victor Wolf's office was vast, dark walnut paneling, a single massive desk facing the city floor-to-ceiling windows behind him. No family photos, no personal touches, only power. He was standing at the window, hands clasped behind his back, looking out over Dhaka. Close the door, he said without turning. Elena did. The click sounded final. He turned slowly. Today he wore a charcoal three-piece suit, vest buttoned, watch chain glinting. His eyes found hers immediately. Is it? She chose the chair opposite the desk, upright, hands folded. He remained standing. I've reviewed your notes from the briefing. You suggested rerouting through Mongla. Yes, sir. Bold for day one. Calculated, she corrected gently, a ghost of a smile. Calculated boldness, I like that. He moved around the desk, perching on the edge closer to her. Too close. The scent of his cologne, sandalwood, and something sharper reached her. Tell me, Elena, why are you really here? She didn't blink. To learn, to contribute, to build something real. Admirable, he studied her. And Adrian, is he part of that ambition? He's part of my life, she said evenly, not my career. Victor tilted his head. Separating the two is optimistic. I've managed so far. He reached out, almost casually, and brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear. The touch was light but possessive. Elena froze for half a second, then leaned back just enough to break contact. His hand dropped. No apology, no acknowledgement. Tell me about your village, he said, as though nothing had happened. Your family. What drives a girl like you to fight so hard? She answered carefully, facts, not feelings. The rice fields, her sister's dreams, the scholarship she'd fought for. She kept emotion out of it. He listened, head tilted, eyes never leaving her face. When she finished, he stood. You have fire, that's rare. He walked to a sideboard, poured 2 glasses of water from a crystal pitcher, offered her one. She accepted but didn't drink. Drink, he said softly, not a request. She took a small sip. He watched her throat move. Then he set his glass down. You'll report to me daily for the next 2 weeks. Progress updates, ideas, observations. Understood. And Elena. He stepped closer again, voice dropping. This company rewards loyalty and punishes distraction. She stood, meeting his gaze levelly. I'm not easily distracted. His eyes darkened. We'll see. He dismissed her with a nod toward the door. Elena walked out, pulse hammering. Layla was waiting in the outer office, eyes on her screen. As Elena passed, Layla spoke without looking up, barely audible. Watch the closed doors. Elena didn't reply. She kept walking. but she felt the weight of eyes on her back the entire length of the corridor. The workplace wasn't just dangerous, it was watching. Chapter 4: Behind Closed Doors. The elevator ride to the 42nd floor felt longer than it should. Elena stood beside Adrian, shoulders almost touching, watching the digital numbers climb in silence. The mirrored walls reflected them both, him in a charcoal suit that fit like it was born on his body, her in a crisp navy blazer, white blouse, and knee-length pencil skirt she had bought second-hand and tailored herself. Professional, composed, exactly the armor she needed. The doors opened with a soft chime. Wolf Enterprises' headquarters sprawled before them like a kingdom of glass and steel. Open-plan floors stretched endlessly, divided only by low frosted partitions and living green walls. Employees moved with practiced urgency, phones pressed to ears, tablets glowing, heels clicking on polished marble. The air smelled faintly of espresso, fresh printer ink, and money. Adrian placed a light hand on the small of her back to guide her forward. The touch was familiar, reassuring. She didn't pull away. "Welcome to the machine," he murmured, half smiling. They passed reception, two women in identical black blazers who nodded at Adrian with practiced warmth, and turned left down a corridor lined with framed awards and architectural photographs of Wolf properties across continents. "Your desk is here," Adrian said, stopping at a sleek workstation near the corner windows. Floor-to-ceiling glass overlooked the city, the Baraganga River glittering far below, the old part of Dhaka fading into haze, the new skyline rising like teeth. Elena set her bag down carefully. The monitor was already logged in under her temporary credentials. A single white orchid sat in a black ceramic pot beside the keyboard. No note. "From HR?" she asked. Adrian shrugged. "Probably. They do that for new interns sometimes." She didn't believe him. The flower felt deliberate, too perfect. Before she could ask more, a woman approached, mid-30s, sharp bob navy dress that cost more than Elena's monthly rent. She carried an iPad like a shield. "Mr. Wolf, Miss Rahman." Her voice was clipped, polite. "I'm Layla Karim, Executive Coordinator. Mr. Victor Wolf would like to see the new intern briefly. Orientation protocol." Adrian frowned slightly. "I was going to walk her through the first day briefing myself." Layla's smile didn't reach her eyes. He insisted, 5 minutes. Conference room 4201. Adrian looked at Elena. A silent question. She nodded once. "It's fine, I'll catch up with you after." He hesitated, then squeezed her shoulder. "I'll be in my office down the hall. Text if you need anything." Layla led the way. They passed glass-walled meeting rooms where men and women in suits gestured at projections, voices muted behind soundproofing. Elena felt eyes on her, curious, assessing. New girl, Adrian's girlfriend, the intern who got the fast track. Conference room 4201 was smaller than she expected. Dark wood table, 8 leather chairs, 1 wall of windows. At the head sat Victor Wolf. He didn't rise when they entered. He was taller than the photos suggested, broader through the shoulders. Silver hair cut short, almost military. Face carved from granite, high cheekbones, straight nose, mouth set in a line that could have been amusement or disapproval. His eyes were the same storm gray as Adrian's, but colder, sharper, like winter instead of thunder. "Miss Rahman," he said. Voice low, cultured, carrying effortlessly. "Sit." Layla closed the door behind them and remained standing near the wall, iPad in hand, eyes down. Elena took the chair opposite him, not too close. She folded her hands on the table and met his gaze directly. "Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Wolf." He studied her for a long moment, unhurried, thorough, as though cataloging every detail, the way her braid rested over one shoulder, the faint callus on her middle finger from years of pen holding, the steady rise and fall of her breathing. "You come highly recommended," he said finally. "Your academic record is impeccable, top percentile, and your ethics paper last semester, provocative." Elena inclined her head. "I believe businesses have responsibilities beyond profit." A faint curve touched his lips, not quite a smile. "Idealism is charming in theory. Reality tends to be less poetic." She didn't flinch. Reality can be shaped. Silence stretched. Victor leaned back, fingers steepled. "Adrian speaks of you often. He seems invested." "He's been a good friend," she said carefully. "Friend," Victor repeated the word as though tasting it. "My son has many friends. Few of them end up here." Elena held his stare. "I earned this place." "Did you?" His tone remained mild. "Or did he open the door?" She felt heat rise in her cheeks but kept her voice even. "Both can be true. The door was open. I walked through it." Something flickered in his eyes, interest, perhaps, or recognition. Layla shifted slightly against the wall. Elena noticed for the first time the faint discoloration at the base of Layla's throat, a bruise half hidden by the collar of her dress, the edges already yellowing. Not fresh, not accidental. Victor followed Elena's gaze. His expression didn't change, but the air in the room thickened. "Layla has been with me for 6 years," he said conversationally. "Loyal, discreet, indispensable." Layla's fingers tightened on the iPad. She didn't speak. Victor returned his attention to Elena. "You'll be assigned to the strategic planning team under my direct oversight for the first month. I like to personally evaluate potential." Elena's pulse kicked. "I look forward to it." "Do you?" He leaned forward slightly. "Most interns prefer to stay invisible. You don't strike me as the invisible type." "I'm not." Another pause, then he stood fluid, controlled. "Good, we start tomorrow. 7:30 a.m. my office. Bring your ideas, I don't suffer unprepared people." Elena rose as well. Understood. He extended a hand across the table. Large, steady, she shook it. His grip was firm, borderline tight, his skin warm. He held her hand a second longer than necessary, thumb brushing the inside of her wrist. Deliberate, then he released her. Dismissed. Layla opened the door. Elena walked out without looking back. In the corridor, she exhaled slowly. Her wrist tingled where he had touched it. Layla walked beside her, silent for several steps. Then, very quietly, "Be careful what you notice." Elena glanced sideways. Layla's face was blank, professional, but her eyes, when they met Elena's, held something raw, warning, fear, resignation. "I always am," Elena murmured. Layla nodded once, almost imperceptibly, then turned down a side hallway and disappeared. Elena stood alone for a moment, heart beating too fast. Behind the polished glass and billion-dollar deals, something moved in the shadows. And it had just looked at her. Chapter 5, The Red Marks. Chapter 5, The Red Marks. Elena returned to her desk with the taste of Victor's water still on her tongue, cool, metallic, somehow too clean. She sat slowly, opened her notebook, and began transcribing the morning briefing notes while they were fresh. Her hand moved automatically across the page, but her mind replayed the office encounter in sharp fragments. The brush of his fingers against her hair, the way he'd watched her swallow, the quiet command to drink. She shook it off. Focus. The orchid on her desk had tilted slightly toward the window, as if reaching for light. She straightened it without thinking, then noticed something else. A small white card tucked beneath the pot. No envelope. Just thick cream stock, embossed with the Wolf Enterprises logo in silver foil. She slid it free. In elegant black script, one line. Observation is a gift, use it wisely. VW, her stomach twisted, not a threat, not quite an invitation, something in between. She slipped the card into her portfolio, face down, and locked the drawer. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of emails and shared spreadsheets. Karim stopped by once to thank her again for the Mongla suggestion. It's already in the revised deck. Good eye. But he didn't linger. No one lingered here. Everyone moved like they were being timed. At 1:15 p.m., Alina headed to the executive floor break room for coffee. The space was smaller than the main floor one, reserved for higher-ups and their direct reports. Marble counters, glass front fridge stocked with imported waters, a sleek espresso machine that hissed like a cat. Layla was there alone. She stood at the sink, rinsing a single mug with meticulous care. Her navy dress today had a higher collar, but when she turned to reach for a towel, the movement pulled the fabric aside just enough. Alina saw them clearly this time. Red marks, faint but unmistakable, circled the base of Layla's throat like a necklace of bruises. Not random. Deliberate. Some fresh, purplish, others fading to sickly yellow-green. Bite marks, perhaps, or something worse. The skin around them looked tender, abraded. Layla noticed Alina's frozen stare. Her hand flew to her collar, yanking it higher. The mug clattered into the sink. "Miss Rahman," she said, voice tight. "I didn't hear you come in." Alina forced her eyes up. "I was just getting water." Layla turned back to the sink, shoulders rigid. "The filtered one is on the left." Alina moved to the dispenser, filled a glass she had no intention of drinking. The silence stretched thin and sharp. Finally, Alina spoke, low enough that only Layla could hear. "Are you all right?" Layla's hands stilled on the towel. For a long moment, she didn't answer. Then, quietly, "I'm fine." The words were flat, practiced. Alina stepped closer, keeping her voice soft. "Those marks, they don't look fine." Layla's knuckles whitened around the towel. "You shouldn't ask questions like that here." "I'm not asking as an intern," Alina said. "I'm asking as someone who sees." Layla turned then. Her eyes were dry, but the skin beneath them was shadowed, exhausted. Seeing is dangerous. Speaking is worse. Alina held her gaze. "I'm not afraid of dangerous." A bitter little laugh escaped Layla. "You will be." She glanced toward the door, checking for footsteps, shadows, then leaned in so close Alina could smell the faint lavender of her perfume. "He collects things," Layla whispered. "People, loyalty, silence. When he notices you, really notices, he tests how far that silence will stretch." Alina's pulse thrummed in her ears. "And if it doesn't stretch?" Layla's eyes flicked to the marks on her own neck, then away. "Then he finds ways to make it stretch." Alina swallowed. "Has he hurt you?" Layla didn't answer directly. Instead, she said, 6 years ago, I was where you are." Bright, ambitious, certain I could handle anything, he offered mentorship, private sessions, opportunities no one else got. Her voice cracked on the last word. "I thought I was special." Alina felt cold spread through her chest. "I stayed quiet," Layla continued. "I told myself it was part of the game. Power always has a price, but the price keeps rising. And one day you realize you're not climbing anymore, you're being pulled under." Alina's hand tightened on the glass. "Why haven't you left?" Layla gave a small, mirthless smile. "Because leaving means losing everything. References, network, reputation. He makes sure of it, and because part of me still believes I can change him. Stupid, I know. She straightened, smoothing her dress. The collar was back in place now, marks hidden again. But you, Layla said, looking at Alina with something like pity, you still have a choice. Walk away before he decides you're his next project. Alina shook her head slowly. I don't run from bullies. Layla studied her for a long moment. Then be smarter than I was, she said. Document everything. Trust no one completely. And whatever you do, don't let him get you alone after hours. Footsteps echoed in the corridor outside, heavy, measured. Layla's face shuddered instantly. She picked up her mug, turned to the espresso machine as though nothing had happened. Victor appeared in the doorway. He wore no jacket now, sleeves rolled to the elbows, forearms corded with muscle that spoke of discipline rather than vanity. His eyes went first to Layla, cool assessment, then to Alina. Miss Rahman, he said pleasantly, I was just coming to find you. We have a small matter to discuss in my office. Now. Alina felt Layla tense beside her. She set her untouched glass on the counter. Of course, Mr. Wolf. He gestured for her to precede him. As she passed Layla, their eyes met for one split second. Layla's lips moved without sound. Be careful. Alina walked down the corridor ahead of Victor, spine straight, steps even. Behind her, she heard him speak to Layla, low, almost affectionate. Good girl, keep the coffee coming. The doors to his office closed with a soft, final click. Inside, the city sprawled below like a map he owned. Victor didn't sit. He leaned against the desk, arms crossed, watching her. You seem unsettled, he observed. Alina met his gaze. I'm fine. Are you? He tilted his head. You were speaking with Layla. She was showing me the break room. A slow smile. Layla is protective of new talent. It's sweet. Alina said nothing. Victor pushed off the desk, circling slowly until he stood behind her chair. She didn't turn, didn't give him the satisfaction. I noticed you staring at her neck, he said, voice almost gentle. Curiosity is natural, but some things are private. Alina's jaw tightened. Some things shouldn't be. He stopped behind her, close enough that she felt the heat of him. Careful, Alina, he murmured. Some lines once crossed can't be uncrossed. She stood abruptly, turning to face him, inches apart now. Then don't cross them, she said clearly. For a heartbeat, something raw flashed in his eyes, hunger, anger, admiration. Then it was gone, replaced by cool control. He stepped back. We'll continue this discussion tomorrow. 7:30. Bring your notes on the Q3 revisions. She nodded once. As she reached the door, his voice followed her. And Alina. She paused, hand on the handle. Some marks fade, he said softly. Others become permanent. She didn't reply. She walked out. The corridor felt longer on the way back. At her desk, she opened her portfolio, removed the white card he'd left, and placed it beside her notebook. Then she began a new page. Date, time, location, exact words spoken, every detail. She wrote until her hand cramped, because Layla was right about one thing. Seeing was dangerous, but forgetting would be worse. Chapter 6, A Strange Look. The rest of the afternoon dragged like wet concrete. Alina sat at her desk, fingers hovering over the keyboard, but the spreadsheet in front of her blurred into meaningless columns. Every few minutes her eyes flicked toward the executive wing, those double frosted doors that seemed to swallow light. Victor had not emerged since their meeting. Layla had not reappeared either. She forced herself to type, bullet points from the Q3 revisions, cross-referenced with her Mongla analysis. Work was armor. As long as she produced, no one could question her right to be here. At 4:47 p.m., Adrian appeared at the edge of her cubicle partition. His tie was loosened now, sleeves rolled up. He looked tired but still carried that quiet intensity that had first drawn her to him. "Hey," he said softly, "you okay?" She closed the document before he could see the half-finished notes. "Fine, just buried." He studied her face. "You've been quiet since this morning. Father's office again." Elena hesitated, telling him everything, the card, the touch, Layla's bruises, Victor's parting words, would drag Adrian into the middle of something ugly. And part of her still wanted proof. Concrete evidence, not just instinct. "He wanted an update on the briefing," she said. "Nothing major." Adrian's jaw tightened. He doesn't usually pull interns for daily check-ins. That's unusual. She shrugged, forcing lightness. Maybe he's just thorough. Maybe. He didn't sound convinced. "Listen, I have a client dinner tonight, some investors from Singapore. I'll be back late. Want me to drop you home first?" "I can take the bus. I need to finish a few things here anyway." He frowned. "Stay late alone, not sure I like that." "I'll be fine, Adrian. Security's here. Cameras everywhere." He glanced toward his father's office doors, then back at her. "Text me when you leave, and if anything feels off." "I will," she promised. He leaned down, brushed a quick kiss against her temple, public but restrained. A few heads turned, but no one commented. In this building, Adrian Wolfe kissing an intern was news only if it lasted longer than 3 seconds. "Be careful," he murmured against her skin. The words echoed Layla's warning. Elena nodded. After he left, the floor quieted gradually. People packed up, said subdued goodnights, disappeared into elevators. By 6:30, the open-plan area was nearly empty, only the hum of servers and the occasional ping of arriving emails. Elena stayed. She opened a new document titled Observations Confidential. Bullet by bullet, she logged everything since day one. Orchid on desk, no sender named. White card from VW, observation is a gift. Layla's neck, multiple contusions, bite-like, varying ages. Private meeting 1, hair touch, wrist hold, command to drink. Break room exchange with Layla. He collects things. Private meeting 2, some marks fade, others become permanent. She saved it to an encrypted folder on her personal cloud drive, not the company server. Password, Crescent 1964, the year her mother was born. At 7:12, the lights dimmed automatically to energy-saving mode. Motion sensors kept her area illuminated, but the rest of the floor fell into soft, blue emergency glow. She was about to shut down when she felt it. Eyes on her, not imagined. Real. She looked up slowly. Victor stood at the far end of the corridor, half in shadow, half in the dim light from his office doors. He hadn't left. He was watching her. Not moving, not speaking, just looking. The stare was unblinking, intense, almost clinical, like a predator deciding whether the prey was worth the chase or better left to fatten a little longer. Elena's heart slammed against her ribs. She didn't look away. Instead, she held his gaze, steady, unflinching. Let him see that she saw him. For perhaps 10 seconds they stayed like that, 2 points of stillness in a sea of empty desks. Then Victor tilted his head slightly, as though acknowledging the defiance. A small, slow smile curved his mouth, not warm, not friendly, satisfied. He turned and disappeared back into his office. The doors closed without sound. Elena exhaled shakily. She waited 5 full minutes before moving. Then she packed her bag with deliberate calm, slung it over her shoulder, and walked to the elevators. Every step felt watched, even though the corridor was empty. In the elevator, she pressed the lobby button and leaned against the wall, closing her eyes for the descent. When the doors opened, the security guard at the desk nodded politely. "Late night, Miss Rahman." "A productive one," she replied. Outside, the Dhaka evening was thick with humidity and honking rickshaws. She walked 2 blocks before hailing a CNG, giving the driver her dorm address. In the back seat, she pulled out her phone and texted Adrian. "Leaving now, all good, talk tomorrow." His reply came almost instantly. "Good, miss you already, sleep well." She stared at the screen, thumb hovering. Then she opened her notes app and added one more line to the confidential file. 1912, VW watched from corridor end. No words. Held eye contact 10+ seconds. Smiled before retreating. She hit save. The CNG jolted through traffic, neon signs streaking past the window in red and gold. Alina touched the moon pendant at her throat. She wasn't afraid. Not yet. But she was awake. Very, very awake. And the strange look in Victor Wolf's eyes had just made one thing crystal clear. This wasn't mentorship, this was hunting. Chapter 7, The First Warning. The next morning, Alina arrived at 7:20 a.m., earlier than necessary. Sleep had been shallow, fragmented dreams of glass corridors that stretched forever, eyes watching from every reflection. She had woken at 4:30, showered cold to sharpen her senses, and reviewed her encrypted notes twice before leaving the dorm. Today she wore charcoal trousers, a cream silk blouse buttoned to the throat, and low black heels. No jewelry except the moon pendant, tucked beneath the collar where it couldn't be seen. Her hair was in a low, tight knot, no loose strands for anyone to brush aside. The floor was still quiet when she stepped off the elevator. Only the night shift cleaners had left, and the scent of lemon polish lingered. Her desk was untouched. No new orchid, no white card, small relief. She booted up her laptop and opened the Q3 revisions folder. Overnight, someone had added comments to her Mongla analysis, initials VW in red. Solid premise. Run full cost benefit with sensitivity on fuel volatility. Present at 11:00. VW no warmth, no praise, just directive. She exhaled through her nose and began the modeling. Numbers were safe, predictable, unlike people. At 8:45, Layla appeared at the edge of her cubicle. She carried a slim folder and a takeaway coffee cup, black, no lid, steam curling up. "Miss Rahman," Layla said, voice professional but low. "Mr. Wolf asked me to deliver this, and this." She set both on the desk. Alina glanced at the folder first. Printed cost models, competitor port data, regulatory filings for Mongla. Thorough, almost helpful. The coffee was unmarked. Alina looked up. Did he say anything else? Layla's eyes flicked to the empty corridor, then back. Only that he expects precision and punctuality. Alina nodded. Layla didn't leave immediately. She leaned in slightly, pretending to adjust the folder. "Listen to me," she whispered, barely moving her lips. "Today, don't go into his office alone if he asks for a private review. Insist on a conference room, or bring someone, anyone." Alina's fingers tightened on the cup. Why today specifically? "Because last night he stayed late, after you left." Layla's voice dropped even lower. "He asked about you, where you live. Your schedule, your family." A chill slid down Alina's spine. "He does that," Layla continued. "Gathers pieces, builds a picture, then he uses it." Alina kept her expression neutral. Has he done this before, with others? Layla's gaze dropped to her own collar, instinctive, protective. More than once, some left quietly. Some didn't leave the same. Elena studied her. You're risking a lot telling me this. I know. Layla straightened. But if I don't warn someone, what was the point of surviving 6 years? She turned to leave. Wait, Elena said quietly. Layla paused. Thank you, Elena said, for seeing me. Layla gave a small, sad nod. Just don't let him see too much of you. Then she was gone, heels clicking down the corridor toward the executive wing. Elena stared at the coffee. She poured it into the small potted plant on her desk, better safe than sorry, and threw the cup away. At 10:50, she printed her updated analysis, bound it neatly, and walked to conference room 3 instead of heading straight to Victor's office. She sent a quick internal message. Mr. Wolf prepared presentation ready. Suggest conference room 3 for review projector available. 11:00 sharp. Ramen. She hit send before doubt could stop her. At 11:02 the doors opened. Victor entered alone. No Layla, no assistants, just him, dark gray suit, no tie today, top button undone. He carried nothing but his phone. He saw her standing at the head of the table, slides already cued on the screen. A flicker crossed his face, surprise, amusement, irritation. Miss Rahman, he said, closing the door behind him. I believe I requested my office. I thought a larger space would be better for the full model walkthrough, she replied evenly. More room for discussion. He regarded her for a long moment. Then he walked to the table, pulled out a chair, not at the head, but directly beside where she stood, and sat. Proceed. Elena clicked to the first slide. She presented cleanly, methodology, assumptions, projected savings, 14–18% on select routes, risks, political instability in the region, infrastructure delays, mitigations, numbers crisp, voice steady. Victor listened in silence, fingers steepled, eyes never leaving her face. Not the slides. Her. When she finished, she clicked to Q and A slide and turned to him. Questions. He leaned back. Why conference room 3? She met his gaze. Transparency, better visibility. Visibility, he repeated softly. You value being seen. I value being heard. A slow smile, and yet you hide certain things. His eyes dropped briefly to her throat where the pendant was concealed beneath fabric. Elena didn't flinch. Some things are private. Indeed. He rose, walked to the window, looked out at the city. Your analysis is competent. More than competent, it shows initiative, foresight. Thank you. He turned back, but initiative without direction can become disruptive. She waited. He stepped closer, slow, deliberate. I appreciate independence, Elena, truly. But in this building, independence has limits. Loyalty has none. I'm loyal to the work, she said. His smile sharpened. Careful, that distinction can be costly. He reached out slowly and adjusted the collar of her blouse, fingers grazing the hidden chain beneath, not pulling it out, just touching the fabric where it lay. Elena stepped back one measured pace. Don't, she said quietly. His hand froze midair, then dropped. For a heartbeat, the room was silent except for the low hum of the projector. Then Victor laughed, soft, almost fond. Defiance, he murmured. I wondered how long it would take to surface. He walked past her to the door, paused with his hand on the handle. This is your first and only warning, Elena. Enjoy the freedom while it lasts. Push too far, and doors start closing. He left without another word. The door clicked shut. Elena stood motionless for 30 seconds. Then she exhaled, long and controlled. She saved the presentation file, emailed a copy to her personal account, encrypted, and added to her private log. 11:00:11:18 Conference RM3 presented Mongla analysis. VW attended alone. Physical contact, adjusted collar, touched chain area. Verbal warning, first and only, doors start closing. Tone, calm, amused, threatening, she closed the laptop. The first warning had come. She would treat it like the gift it was, a map of the battlefield, and she was already planning her next move. Chapter 8, The Billionaire's Interest. The warning lingered in Alina's mind like smoke, impossible to ignore, impossible to grasp fully. She spent the afternoon in quiet rebellion, heads down work, polite nods to colleagues, no unnecessary conversations. She ate lunch at her desk, a simple sandwich from the downstairs cafe, while cross-referencing competitor port data. Visibility without vulnerability. That was the line she walked now. By 3:30 p.m., the floor had settled into its mid-afternoon rhythm. Phones rang softly. Keyboards clicked in steady waves. Alina was deep in a sensitivity analysis when her internal messenger pinged. From V. Wolf subject, immediate review, strategic initiative. Miss Rahman, please report to my office at 4:00 p.m. Bring the full Mongla cost-benefit model, updated with fuel volatility scenarios, and your preliminary recommendations for Q4 expansion. This will be a working session. Layla will not be present, do not be late. VW Alina stared at the screen. No conference room suggestion this time. No option to bring anyone, just his office. Alone, her thumb hovered over the reply button. She could push back, suggest the boardroom again, cite projector needs, reference team collaboration. But something told her refusal would escalate things faster than compliance. She typed instead. Understood, 4:00 p.m. sharp. E. Rahman. She hit send, then opened her encrypted folder and added the latest entry. 15:32, direct summons to private office, 16:00. No assistant. Explicit working session. She attached a screenshot of the message. Evidence, always evidence. At 3:55 she stood, smoothed her blouse, tucked the moon pendant deeper beneath the fabric, and walked the long corridor to the executive wing. The double doors were ajar. No Layla at the outer desk. The anteroom was empty, lights dimmed, computer screens dark. Alina knocked once lightly. Come, Victor's voice called from inside. She pushed the door wider and stepped in. The office looked different in late afternoon light. Golden sun slanted through the floor-to-ceiling windows, turning the walnut paneling warm, almost inviting. Victor sat behind his desk, sleeves rolled to the elbows, reading something on a tablet. He didn't look up immediately. "Close the door," he said. She did. The click echoed. "Sit." Elena chose the chair farthest from his desk, still professional, still within reach of the exit. She placed her bound report on the small side table beside her, not on his desk. Only then did Victor raise his eyes. He studied her for several seconds, unhurried, thorough. The same winter-gray gaze that had pinned her from the corridor the night before. "You're punctual," he observed. "I appreciate that." She inclined her head. "The model is updated. Fuel volatility scenarios included base case plus 20%, minus 15%. Recommendations for Q4 are in section 4. He leaned back, fingers drumming once on the desk. "We'll get to numbers shortly. First, a conversation. Elena's pulse kicked up a notch. About. You. He rose slowly, walked around the desk, and perched on its edge directly in front of her. Closer than necessary. I've been reviewing your file more closely. Scholarship student, top grades, no family money, no connections. Yet here you are inside my empire after only one interview. I earned the placement, she said evenly. You did. He tilted his head. But ambition like yours doesn't appear from nowhere. It's forged. Tell me how yours was forged. She considered deflection, then decided truth, carefully edited, was safer than evasion. My father works rice fields 12 hours a day. My mother sews garments at night to pay for my sister's school fees. I left the village at 18 with one suitcase and a bus ticket. Every grade, every internship, every late night, I built it myself. No handouts, no shortcuts. Victor listened without interrupting. When she finished, he nodded once. Admirable, rare. His voice softened, almost intimate. Do you know how many people walk through these doors every year hoping to be noticed? Hundreds. Most fade, you stand out. Elena held his gaze. I'm here to work, Mr. Wolf, not to stand out. But you do. He leaned forward slightly. And I notice. The air thickened. Elena felt the shift, the conversation tipping from professional to personal. She straightened her spine. If this is about mentorship, I'm open to guidance on strategy. If it's something else. It's both, he interrupted gently, and neither. He reached out slow enough that she could have moved and traced one finger along the edge of her portfolio on the side table. Not touching her, not yet. I see potential in you, Elena, not just as an intern, as something more, a partner, in business, in vision. Her stomach turned. I already have a partner in life, your son. Victor's smile was small, almost indulgent. Adrian is young, idealistic. He wants to change the world without understanding how it's built. You understand power. You respect it. You crave it. I respect results, she corrected, not power for its own sake. He chuckled softly. You will in time. He stood, walked behind her chair. She didn't turn. Refused to give him the view of her neck, her vulnerability. I could accelerate your career, he continued, voice low near her ear. Direct projects, board exposure, a seat at the table before you're 30. All it requires is alignment. Elena rose smoothly, putting the chair between them. Alignment meaning what exactly? His eyes darkened. Loyalty, discretion, willingness to see things my way. She met his stare levelly, and if I don't? Then opportunities narrow, doors close as I warned. Silence stretched. Elena spoke first. I'm not for sale, Mr. Wolf, not my mind, not my body, not my future. For a moment, something raw flashed across his face. Frustration, desire, challenge. Then it smoothed into cool control. You misunderstand, he said quietly. I don't buy, I claim what's already mine. She stepped toward the door. I'm not yours. He didn't move to stop her, just watched. As you wish, he murmured, for now. Elena opened the door, stepped into the anteroom, and closed it behind her without looking back. Her legs felt unsteady only after she reached the elevator. She pressed the button, leaned against the wall as the doors closed. Inside the mirrored box, she met her own eyes. Steady, clear, afraid, but not broken. She pulled out her phone and added to the log. 160016, 18 private office. VW alone. Explicit offer. accelerated career for alignment/loyalty/discretion. Implied threat, refusal leads to narrowed opportunities. Statement, I don't buy, I claim what's already mine. Physical proximity, leaned close, touched portfolio, no direct contact. She saved it. Then she texted Adrian. Finished early, heading home, dinner tomorrow. His reply came fast, yes, everything okay. She typed, all good, just tired. She hit send, the elevator dinged at the lobby. Outside, the city roared on, indifferent, alive. Victor's interest was no longer subtle, it was declared. And Alina knew the real game had just begun. Chapter 9, A Private Meeting. The summons came the next morning at 7:42 a.m., before Alina had even finished her first coffee. Internal message from V. Wolf. Miss Rahman, private strategy session. My office. 8:15 a.m. Bring nothing but yourself. This is off record. VW no folder reference. No project name. No pretense of work. Alina stared at the screen until the words blurred. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard, tempted to reply with a polite deferral, another meeting conflict, a team briefing she couldn't miss. But she knew better. Evasion now would only sharpen his interest, make him more insistent. She typed. Confirmed, 8:15 a.m. Rahman. She hit send, then opened her encrypted log and added. 0742 new summons. Private strategy session. Off record. Bring nothing. Intent, unclear but escalation clear. She closed the laptop, stood, and walked to the restroom down the hall. In the mirror, she studied her reflection, pale but composed, eyes steady. She adjusted her blouse collar higher, tucked the moon pendant completely out of sight, and splashed cold water on her wrists until the tremor stopped. 8:10 a.m. She walked the corridor alone. The floor was still waking, only a few early arrivals murmuring at their desks. No one looked up as she passed the executive wing. The double doors were closed this time. She knocked twice. Enter. Victor's voice was calm, almost warm. She pushed the door open. The office was dimmer than usual, blinds half lowered against the morning sun, casting long horizontal shadows across the carpet. Victor stood at the window, back to her, hands in his pockets. He wore a black shirt today, sleeves rolled, no jacket, casual in a way that felt deliberate. Close it, he said without turning. Alina shut the door. The lock clicked automatically, soft but unmistakable. He turned slowly. His eyes found hers immediately, holding them. Sit. She remained standing. Victor's mouth curved faintly. Defiance again, predictable. I prefer to stand for short meetings, she said. This won't be short. Silence. He gestured to the leather sofa along the side wall, long, low, positioned away from the desk, not the visitor chair, not professional distance. Alina didn't move. Victor walked to the sideboard, poured 2 glasses of water from the crystal pitcher. He carried both to the sofa, set one on the low table in front of it, and sat, legs crossed, arm draped along the backrest. Join me. It wasn't phrased as a request. Alina crossed the room but sat on the far end of the sofa, maximum distance without standing again. The glass of water remained untouched between them. Victor studied her. You're tense. I'm alert. Admirable. He took a slow sip from his glass. I've been thinking about our conversation yesterday. Your refusal, your clarity. Alina waited. I respect clarity, he continued. It's rare. Most people bend, they negotiate, they rationalize, you don't. She met his gaze. I know what I want. Do you? He leaned forward slightly. You want power, security, a life beyond the village bus ticket. I can give you all of it. Faster, cleaner, without the years of grinding. At what price? Victor set his glass down. Companionship. The word landed heavy. Elena's throat tightened, but her voice stayed level. Define companionship. He smiled, slow, knowing. Presence, attention, loyalty, the kind that doesn't ask questions, the kind that understands discretion is mutual. You're asking me to be your mistress. So I'm offering you to be my equal, in private, in power. Elena laughed once, short, sharp. Equals don't lock doors for private meetings. His expression didn't change. Some equals need privacy. She stood, I'm not interested. Victor rose as well, fluid, unhurried. He stepped closer, stopping just outside arm's reach. You will be, he said softly. In time, everyone reaches a moment when principle becomes luxury. You'll reach yours. Elena backed toward the door. Not today. He didn't follow, just watched her retreat. One more thing, he said as her hand found the handle. She paused. I've approved your transfer to my direct team. Starting Monday, full access, daily briefings, you'll report only to me. Her stomach dropped. You can't. I can, and I have. His tone was almost gentle. Refuse the role and your internship ends. No recommendation, no credit, no future reference from Wolf Enterprises. You'll be back to tutoring freshmen by next semester. Elena's knuckles whitened on the door handle. Or accept, he continued, and the world opens. Projects, networks, a path to the C-suite before 30, all while keeping your independence, for now. She turned the handle, the door opened. I'll think about it, she said. Victor inclined his head. Take the weekend. But know this, Elena, the offer expires Monday morning. After that, choices become consequences. She stepped into the anteroom. The door closed behind her, softly, irrevocably. Layla was at her desk now, head down, typing. She didn't look up, but her fingers paused for half a second when Elena passed. Elena kept walking. In the elevator, she leaned against the wall, breathing slowly. Back at her desk, she opened the encrypted log and typed. 08-1508-32 private office. Locked door. Offer become his equal in private companionship, loyalty, discretion. Implied sexual romantic arrangement. Ultimatum, accept direct team transfer or lose internship references credit. Deadline Monday morning. She saved it. Then she opened a new document, plain text, no formatting. Subject line, emergency contingency plan. She began listing. 1. Copy all logs to external drive tonight. 2. Speak to Adrian tonight. Full disclosure. 3. Contact University Career Office Ray. Internship termination risks. 4. Research labor laws harassment reporting channels in BD. 5. Identify allies Layla. Karim. She paused, then added one more line. 6. Do not bend, do not break. She saved that file separately. The weekend loomed 2 days to decide. But Elena already knew her answer. She would not become his. She would become the reason he fell. Chapter 10. The House Party Invitation. Chapter 10. The House Party Invitation. Friday evening arrived like a held breath. Elena had spent the day in mechanical motion, emails answered, spreadsheets updated, smiles offered to colleagues who passed by. She avoided the executive wing entirely. No new messages from Victor. No sightings of Layla. The silence felt louder than any summons. At 5:45 p.m., she was shutting down her laptop when Adrian appeared at her desk. He looked lighter than he had all week, tie gone, top button open, a small, genuine smile breaking through the usual reserve. "Hey," he said, leaning against the partition. "You free tonight?" Elena closed her bag slowly. "I thought you had that investor follow-up." "Postponed. Father's hosting a small family dinner at the house. Nothing formal, just us, a few board members, and some close associates. He asked me to bring you." Her stomach clenched. He asked. Adrian nodded. "Said it would be good for you to see the human side of the company." His words. "I told him you might be tired after the week, but he insisted." Politely. Elena's mind raced. Politely from Victor Woolf was never polite. It was calculated. The weekend deadline for his ultimatum loomed. Monday morning, she had to accept or lose everything. Inviting her to the family home now felt like a velvet-gloved pressure tactic. Show her the empire up close. Remind her what she stood to gain or lose. Adrian watched her face. "You don't have to come if you're not up for it. I can make an excuse." She met his eyes. Telling him everything tonight before the dinner would be smartest. But not here, not in this building with its cameras and echoes. "I'll come," she said. "It might be interesting." His smile widened. "Good, I'll pick you up at 7:30, wear whatever you want. It's not black tie, just family." He leaned in, kissed her forehead lightly. "See you soon." After he left, Elena sat for a long minute. Then she opened her phone, pulled up her contingency plan document, and added, "Tonight, Wolf family residence. Dinner, VW present, opportunity, observe dynamics, possible chance to speak privately with Adrian. Risk, escalation from VW plan, stay near Adrian. Do not accept drinks from VW, leave early if needed." She hit save. At 7:25, she stood outside her dorm in a simple black midi dress, elegant but modest, long sleeves, high neckline. No cleavage, no bare shoulders. The moon pendant rested against her skin beneath the fabric. She carried a small clutch with phone, keys, and a tiny USB drive containing her encrypted logs, just in case. Adrian's car pulled up exactly on time. Black Mercedes, tinted windows. He stepped out to open her door, looking handsome in dark slacks and a crisp white shirt, sleeves rolled. "You look beautiful," he said quietly. She managed a small smile. "You clean up nice, too." The drive to Gulshan took 30 minutes, traffic thinning as they left the crowded core. Adrian kept the conversation light, weekend plans, a new cafe he wanted to try, a joke about his father's obsession with punctuality. Elena listened, nodded, laughed when appropriate, but her mind was elsewhere. The Wolf residence appeared at the end of a gated lane, modern minimalist, white stone and glass, sprawling across what must have been acres. Floodlights illuminated manicured gardens, a fountain, security cameras discreetly placed. Two men in black suits nodded as the car approached. The gate slid open silently. Adrian parked in the circular drive. Ready. Elena exhaled, as I'll ever be. Inside, the foyer was cool marble and high ceilings. A housekeeper greeted them, took Elena's light wrap. Voices drifted from deeper in the house, low laughter, clinking glasses. Adrian led her through an arched doorway into a large living area that opened onto a terrace. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed the night. A long dining table was set for 12 crystal, silver, low floral arrangements. Soft jazz played from hidden speakers. 7 or 8 people already mingled, older men in tailored suits, 2 women in elegant evening wear, a younger couple Elena didn't recognize. And Victor. He stood near the terrace doors, glass of amber liquid in hand, talking to a silver-haired man who looked like a retired general. When he saw Alina enter on Adrian's arm, his conversation paused. His eyes locked on her. The look was slow, deliberate, tracing the line of her dress, the way it clung without revealing, the high neck that hid the pendant he'd once brushed. Satisfaction flickered across his face, followed by something darker: hunger. He excused himself and crossed the room. "Alina," he said, voice smooth as velvet, "you came." She inclined her head. "Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Wolf." "Victor," he corrected gently, "we're not in the office tonight." Adrian's arm tightened slightly around her waist. "Father, good to see you relaxing for once." Victor's smile didn't reach his eyes. Family occasions demand it. He gestured to the bar. "What can I get you both?" "Sparkling water for me," Alina said quickly. "Same," Adrian added. Victor raised an eyebrow but signaled the bartender anyway. While the drinks were prepared, he turned back to Alina. "You look exquisite," he said, low enough that only the three of them could hear. "Black suits you. It brings out the steel in your eyes." Adrian frowned faintly. "Father." Victor waved a hand. "Just a compliment, son. Relax." The drinks arrived. Alina accepted hers, making sure it came directly from the bartender's hand. She sipped once, plain, no aftertaste. Victor watched her throat move. "Come, let me introduce you." He guided them toward the group. Names blurred. Mr. Rahman, no relation, board finance chair, Mrs. Khan, legal counsel, a tech investor from Singapore. Alina shook hands, smiled, asked polite questions, all the while feeling Victor's presence at her back like heat from an open flame. Dinner was announced at 8:45. They moved to the table. Victor sat at the head, Adrian on his right, Alina beside Adrian. Throughout the meal, grilled sea bass, roasted vegetables, wine she declined, Victor's attention never strayed far from her. He asked about her studies, her village, her ambitions. Each question sounded innocent. Each answer she gave was measured. At one point, when conversation turned to company expansion, he leaned across the table toward her. "Alina has some fascinating ideas on port diversification," he said to the group. "Mongla could be transformative. She presented them to me personally. Impressive clarity." Heads turned, nods of approval. Adrian looked surprised. "You didn't mention that." Alina kept her smile. It was a brief review. Victor's eyes gleamed. More than brief, very thorough. Under the table, his foot brushed hers, deliberate, lingering a second too long. Alina shifted away, pressing closer to Adrian. After dessert, people drifted to the terrace for cigars and coffee. Adrian excused himself to speak with the Singapore investor. Victor appeared at Alina's elbow almost instantly. "Walk with me," he murmured. "The gardens are beautiful at night." She glanced toward Adrian. He was deep in conversation, back turned. "I should stay with." "It's just the garden," Victor said softly. 5 minutes, I promise not to bite." The double entendre landed. Alina's skin crawled, but refusal here in front of guests would draw attention. And she needed to know how far he'd push in his own home. She nodded once. They stepped onto the terrace, then down stone steps into the shadowed garden. Jasmine scented the air. Path lights glowed low. Victor walked beside her, hands in pockets. "You've had the weekend to think," he said quietly. "I have." "And—" Alina stopped under a trellis heavy with vines. "I'm not accepting your offer." He turned to face her. Moonlight carved his features sharp. "You understand the consequences." "I do." He stepped closer. "You're making a mistake." "No," she said clearly. "You are." For a heartbeat, he said nothing. Then he reached out slowly and lifted the chain from beneath her collar, drawing the moon pendant into view. "Pretty," he murmured. "Protective talisman." "Sentimental," she corrected, closing her hand over his wrist. Firm, not shaking, he didn't pull away. "You'll regret this." She removed his hand. "I regret nothing." She turned and walked back toward the house, steps measured, head high. Inside, she found Adrian immediately. "I'm ready to go." He looked concerned. "Everything okay?" She forced a smile. "Just tired, long week." He nodded, said goodbyes quickly. In the car, as they pulled away from the glowing mansion, Adrian glanced at her. Father was attentive tonight. Alina stared out the window at the receding lights. "He always is," she said quietly. Tomorrow she would tell Adrian everything. Tonight she had drawn the line, and Victor had crossed it. The war was no longer silent. Chapter 11, The Black Dress. Alina stood before the cracked mirror in her dorm room, the black dress hanging on the closet door like a challenge. She had bought it 2 months ago on a whim, impulse purchase during a rare shopping trip with a friend. Simple silk crepe, sleeveless, fitted through the bodice, flaring softly at the knee. High neckline in front, but a low, daring scoop in the back that exposed the elegant line of her spine. She had never worn it. Too bold for university events. Too expensive for every day. Too much. Tonight it felt necessary. The invitation to the Wolf family dinner had been a power play. Victor's gaze in the garden, his fingers on her pendant, his quiet threat, had made one thing clear: he would push until she pushed back. Not with words alone, with presence, with refusal wrapped in elegance. She slipped the dress over her head. The fabric whispered against her skin, cool and liquid. She zipped it slowly, feeling the way it hugged her waist, accentuated the curve of her hips without screaming for attention. The back plunged just low enough to reveal the moon pendant resting between her shoulder blades, visible now, a deliberate choice. Let him see it. Let him know she wore protection against him. She left her hair down, long, dark waves falling past her shoulders. Minimal makeup, winged liner, red lipstick the color of fresh blood. Heels black 4 inches, sharp enough to click like gunfire on marble. When Adrian texted outside, "Ready," she replied, coming down. He waited by the car in a tailored black suit, crisp white shirt open at the throat. When he saw her step out of the dorm building, his expression shifted, surprise, then heat, then something softer. "Alina," he stepped forward, voice low. "You look incredible." She smiled, small, controlled. "Thank you." He opened the door for her. As she slid in, the dress rode up slightly. She smoothed it down with deliberate grace. The drive was quiet at first. Adrian kept glancing at her. "Is something wrong?" he asked finally. "You've been distant since the dinner last week." She looked at him, really looked. The boy who had first challenged her in class, who listened when she spoke of her village, who never once tried to buy her affection. The son who still believed his father was flawed but redeemable. Tonight she would tell him. After the party, when they were alone. "Not wrong," she said, "just thinking." He reached over, squeezed her hand. "Whatever it is, we'll figure it out." She squeezed back. "We will." The Wolf mansion glowed again, same gates, same security, same indifferent opulence. But tonight the driveway held more cars, sleek sedans, a few limousines. Music drifted from inside, something classical with a modern beat. Adrian parked. As they walked up the steps, he murmured, "Father said it's larger this time. Board members, a few partners, some family friends. Stay close if you want." "I plan to," she said. Inside, the foyer was brighter, chandeliers blazing, fresh flowers everywhere. A butler took their coats, though Alina kept a light shawl. Voices swelled from the main salon. Victor found them almost immediately. He stood near the grand staircase in a midnight blue suit, silver cufflinks catching the light. When his eyes landed on Alina, everything else seemed to pause. The look was slow, devouring. He took in the black dress, the way it clung, the bare back when she turned slightly to greet someone, the pendant gleaming against her skin like a taunt. His jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Desire, fury, possession. He crossed to them. "Alina," he said, voice velvet over steel, "you've outdone yourself." She met his gaze without flinching. "Thank you, Victor." Adrian's arm slipped around her waist, protective, instinctive. Victor's eyes flicked to the touch, then back to her face. "Welcome, both of you," he said smoothly. "Drinks." "Water for me," Alina said. "Same," Adrian echoed. Victor signaled a server, then leaned closer to Alina, close enough that only she could hear. "That dress," he murmured, "is a weapon. Careful how you wield it." She smiled, cool, unreadable. "I always am." He straightened, eyes dark. "Enjoy the evening." As he walked away, Adrian frowned. What did he say? "Nothing important," she lied. The party unfolded around them. Conversation, laughter, champagne flutes clinking. Alina stayed near Adrian, smiling, nodding, deflecting compliments on her appearance with quiet grace. She felt eyes on her constantly. Not just Victor's, board members, wives, associates. The black dress had done its job, she was seen. Victor watched from across the room, never approaching again, but always in her peripheral vision. At one point he spoke to a tall woman in red, his hand rested briefly on her lower back. The woman laughed. Alina noted it. Another piece in the pattern. Halfway through the evening, Adrian was pulled into a conversation with two board members. Alina excused herself to the powder room. The hallway was quieter, marble echoing her heels. She passed a half-open study door and paused. Victor stood inside, alone, pouring scotch into a tumbler. He looked up. Their eyes met. He set the bottle down. "Join me," he said, not a question. Alina stepped inside. Closed the door behind her, deliberate. The lock clicked. He watched the motion. "Bold," he observed. She crossed her arms. "You wanted to talk." He took a slow sip, eyes never leaving her. "The dress, the pendant on display, coming here tonight, you're sending signals." "I'm sending one signal," she said clearly. "No." Victor set the glass down, walked toward her, slow, predatory. "You think defiance excites me?" he asked softly. "I think it frustrates you," she replied. "And that's enough." He stopped inches away, the scent of scotch and sandalwood wrapped around her. "You could have everything," he murmured. "Power, wealth, me. I don't want youth." His hand rose slowly and traced the air above her bare back, not touching. "Liar." Alina stepped back. "Touch me and I walk out." "And I tell Adrian everything. Tonight." Victor's eyes narrowed. "You think he'll believe you over me?" "I think he'll look at the marks on Layla's neck. The pattern, the recordings I've kept, and he'll start asking questions you can't answer." Silence. Victor's smile was cold. "You've been busy." "I've been prepared." He stepped back. "Monday morning, my offer stands, accept the transfer, or lose it all." "I'm not accepting." "Then enjoy your last weekend of freedom." She turned to the door. "Alina." She paused. "When you fall," he said quietly, "I'll be there to catch you or watch you break." She opened the door. "I don't fall," she said. "I rise." She walked out. Back in the salon, she found Adrian, slipped her hand into his. "Ready to go?" she asked. He searched her face. "You okay?" She nodded, better than okay. In the car, as the mansion shrank in the rear view, she turned to him. "Adrian, we need to talk. Tonight, all of it." He glanced at her, concern etching his features. "Everything. Everything." The black dress had done more than turn heads. It had drawn the battle line in silk and shadow, and Alina stood firmly on her side. Chapter 12. Eyes That Don't Blink. The party lights still burned behind them as Adrian's car glided through the quiet Gulshan streets. Alina sat with her hands folded in her lap, the black dress suddenly feeling heavier than silk should. The adrenaline from the study confrontation with Victor had faded, leaving a cold clarity in its wake. Adrian drove in silence for several blocks, glancing at her every few seconds. Finally he spoke. "You said we need to talk, all of it." She nodded. "Pull over when you can, somewhere quiet." He found a side street near the lake empty at this hour, street lamps casting long silver reflections on the water. He killed the engine. The sudden quiet pressed in. Alina turned in her seat to face him fully. "Adrian, your father isn't who you think he is." He frowned. "What do you mean?" She took a slow breath. "He's been targeting me since my first day, not just as an intern, as something to own." Adrian's expression shifted, confusion first, then unease. "Targeting how?" She pulled out her phone, opened the encrypted folder, and handed it to him. The log scrolled. Dates, times, exact words, physical touches, warnings, the ultimatum. Adrian read in silence. His face paled as he scrolled. When he reached the entry from tonight's party, the study, the locked door, Victor's hand on her pendant, his knuckles whitened around the phone. He touched you." "Not intimately," she said quietly, "but possessively. He offered me a direct role on his team, accelerated career, power, in exchange for companionship. Loyalty, silence." Adrian stared at the screen. "And if you refuse?" "Internship ends. No recommendation, no credit," he made it clear. Adrian's voice cracked. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "I wanted proof, concrete. I didn't want you to think I was exaggerating or jealous. I needed you to see it for yourself." He handed the phone back, eyes distant. "Layla, the marks on her neck, you mentioned them once." I thought it was personal, a bad relationship, not." "Not him," Alina finished softly. Adrian rubbed his face with both hands. "I've seen him charm people, manipulate deals, but this is different." "It's abuse of power," she said. "Pattern. Layla told me she was once where I am, others too, some left broken, some stayed silent." Adrian looked out at the lake. "He raised me alone after Mom died. He was strict, cold sometimes, but he always said family first. The company second. I believed him." Alina reached over, touched his arm. "He's not family to me, he's a threat." Adrian turned back to her. His eyes were wet but steady. "What do you want to do?" "I want to expose him," she said without hesitation. "Gather more evidence, protect Layla if she'll let me. Make sure no one else gets pulled under. And if that means burning my bridge with Wolf Enterprises, I'll do it." Adrian exhaled shakily. "If we do this, it's not just his reputation. It's the company, my future, our future." "As I know." He looked at her, really looked. At the black dress still clinging to her like armor, the pendant gleaming against her skin, the unyielding set of her jaw. "You're not afraid," he said quietly. "I'm terrified," she admitted. But fear doesn't change facts. He's dangerous, and he's not stopping. Adrian nodded slowly. Then we don't let him. He started the car again. Come to my place, we'll talk more. Plan, I have access to some internal files, old emails, HR complaints that were buried. If there's a trail, we'll find it. Elena hesitated. Your father will know I'm with you tonight. Let him, Adrian's voice hardened. He doesn't own me, not anymore. They drove in silence the rest of the way. Adrian's apartment was in Banani, modern high-rise, minimalist, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city lights. He poured them both tea, chamomile, no caffeine. They sat on the couch, knees touching. Elena opened her phone again, showed him the audio note she'd taken after tonight's confrontation. Victor's voice, low and unmistakable. When you fall, I'll be there to catch you, or watch you break. Adrian listened twice. His face went blank, shock giving way to something colder. I've heard him say things like that in boardrooms, he murmured. To competitors, never to someone like you. Elena set the phone down. He doesn't see me as a person. He sees a challenge, a prize. Adrian looked at her. You're not a prize. You're the strongest person I know. She gave a small, tired smile. Then help me be strong enough to end this. He nodded. We start tomorrow. Quietly, I'll pull records. You keep logging everything. We talk to Layla if she'll speak. We build the case airtight. Elena leaned her head against his shoulder. For the first time that night, she allowed herself to exhale fully. Across the city, in the mansion's master suite, Victor Wolfe stood at his own window, scotch in hand, staring at the same skyline. He had watched them leave earlier, Adrian's arm around her, her head high, the black dress catching every light like defiance made fabric. His grip tightened on the glass. She had looked him in the eye and said no. Again, he smiled into the dark, slow, predatory, eyes that don't blink, never look away, and he had all the time in the world. Chapter 13, The Washroom Incident. The weekend passed in a tense, quiet storm. Elena and Adrian spent Saturday holed up in his apartment, curtains drawn, laptops open, coffee going cold on the table. They combed through old company files Adrian had access to, archived HR complaints, most dismissed as personnel matters, vague exit interviews from former assistants, expense reports showing private dinners and hotel stays that matched Layla's timeline. Nothing explosive yet. But patterns emerged, women who started bright-eyed and left quietly, references glowing but careers stalled elsewhere. Elena added every detail to her log. Adrian grew quieter with each discovery, the boyish trust in his father cracking like thin ice. By Sunday night, they had a rough plan: approach Layla first thing Monday, offer protection if she'd speak on record. Then escalate, university legal aid for Elena's internship status, anonymous tip to a business ethics watchdog, perhaps a discreet lawyer. No rash moves. No confrontation until the net was tight. Elena slept on Adrian's couch, too wired for anything else. He didn't push. Just kissed her forehead before turning off the light. Monday morning came too soon. Elena arrived at headquarters at 7:10 a.m., dressed conservatively. Gray trousers, white blouse buttoned high, hair in a severe knot. No black dress today. No defiance in silk. Just armor of quiet resolve. She went straight to her desk, booted up, and checked messages. Nothing from Victor. That silence felt worse than any summons. At 8:45, she spotted Layla crossing the floor toward the executive wing. Elena stood, caught her eye, and tilted her head toward the hallway restrooms, the one place with no cameras, no audio pickup. Layla hesitated, then nodded once. Elena entered first. Empty. She locked the outer door behind Layla when she followed. They stood near the sinks, mirrors reflecting two women who looked far older than their years. Layla spoke first, voice barely above a whisper. "You're still here." "I'm not running," Elena said, "but I'm not staying silent either." Layla's eyes flicked to the door, then back. "He'll destroy you." "He's trying." Elena pulled out her phone, opened the log screenshots. "I have dates, times, words, touches, his offer, the threat, and I have your warning from the break room. If you'll add your voice, your story, we can stop him." Layla stared at the screen. Her hand rose instinctively to her collar. "You don't know what you're asking." "I know exactly what I'm asking," Elena said softly. "I'm asking you to stop protecting him, to protect the next one, and the one after." Layla's eyes filled. She blinked hard. "I have a daughter, 12. He knows her name, her school. He sent her a birthday gift last year, signed card, expensive doll, a reminder." Elena's stomach turned. "Then we protect her too, anonymously if needed, legal channels, safe houses if it comes to that. But we need your testimony to make any of it stick." Layla looked at her reflection, bruises long faded but memory sharp. "I recorded him once, 2 years ago, late night. He thought I deleted it. I didn't." Elena's breath caught. "Where is it?" "Encrypted USB. Hidden at home. I never had the courage to use it." "Now you do," Elena said. "Bring it tomorrow, we'll copy it, back it up, then decide next steps together." Layla exhaled shakily. "If he finds out?" "He won't, not yet." A soft knock on the outer door made them both freeze. Then Victor's voice, calm, amused from the hallway. "Elena, Layla, everything all right in there?" Elena's blood turned to ice. Layla's face drained of color. Elena motioned for silence, then called back evenly. "Just freshening up, Mr. Wolf. Be out in a minute." Silence on the other side. Then, "Take your time." Footsteps retreated, slow, deliberate. Layla whispered, "He knows." "He suspects," Elena corrected. "That's different." They waited another minute. Then Elena unlocked the door. The hallway was empty. But as they stepped out, Elena felt it again, eyes on her back, unblinking. She walked Layla to the elevator bank. "Tomorrow, same time, bring it." Layla nodded, eyes haunted. "Be careful today, he's restless." Elena returned to her desk. The orchid was gone, replaced by a single red rose in a black vase. No card, just the thorn still attached, sharp and glistening. She didn't touch it. At 11:00, she was summoned to conference room 1, team meeting, not Victor's office. Relief flickered, then died when she entered. Victor sat at the head of the table. Alone, no team, no projection, just him, sleeves rolled, tablet in front of him. "Close the door," he said. She did. "Sit." She remained standing. He smiled, thin, dangerous. "Still playing that game." "What game?" she asked. "The one where you pretend you have control." He tapped the tablet. "I saw the restroom footage. No audio, but body language is eloquent. You and Layla, whispering, plotting." Elena's heart hammered. There are no cameras in the restroom. Hallway approach, door lock, duration, enough to draw conclusions. He leaned back. "You're gathering allies, dangerous move." "I'm gathering truth," she said. Victor stood slowly, walked around the table until he stood between her and the door. "Truth is expensive, Elena. And you're running out of credit." As she held his gaze, "Move." He didn't. Instead, he stepped closer, close enough that she smelled his cologne, felt the heat of him. "You could still walk away," he murmured. Accept the transfer. Work under me. I'll make it worth your while. Power, money, safety for your family, for Adrian. I don't want your safety. His hand rose slowly and cupped her jaw, gentle, possessive. Elena slapped it away. Hard. The sound cracked through the room. Victor's head snapped to the side. A red mark bloomed on his cheek. He touched it slowly, eyes darkening. Then he laughed low, genuine. Finally, he said softly, the fire I knew was there. Elena stepped around him, reached the door, yanked it open. Touch me again, she said clearly, and I go public. Today. She walked out. Victor didn't follow. But as she strode down the corridor, she felt his eyes on her back, unblinking, burning. She reached her desk, sat, and added to the log. 11:00:11:07 Conf RM1. VW alone, admitted to monitoring hallway. Physical contact, hand on jaw. Response, slapped him, walked out. Threat, public exposure if repeated. She saved it. Then she texted Adrian. He cornered me, I slapped him. We need to move faster. His reply came instantly. Coming now, stay in public areas. Elena looked toward the executive wing. Victor stood at his office doors, watching. He raised a hand in a small, mocking wave. Then he turned and disappeared inside. The incident in the washroom had been the spark. This was the flame, and it was spreading. Chapter 14. A Dangerous Enemy. The slap echoed in Elena's mind long after she left the conference room. She didn't return to her desk immediately. Instead, she walked, fast, purposeful, through the open-plan floor, past clusters of employees who glanced up curiously but said nothing. She needed air, distance, time to steady the tremor in her hands. She took the service stairs down 2 floors to a quiet landing where no one ever lingered. There, in the dim emergency lighting, she leaned against the concrete wall and closed her eyes. Her palms still stung. The sound of skin on skin replayed, sharp, final, satisfying. But satisfaction was dangerous now. She had struck Victor Wolf, in his building. On camera, hallway footage at least. The line she'd drawn in the garden and reinforced in the black dress had just been crossed with force. She pulled out her phone and texted Adrian again. He put his hand on my face. I slapped him. Hard, he laughed. I'm okay, but we need to accelerate. Meet me at the cafe across the street in 20. His reply was immediate. On my way, stay in public. Don't go back upstairs alone. Elena exhaled. She smoothed her blouse, tucked stray hairs back into her knot, and descended the remaining stairs to the lobby. She walked past security with a calm nod, stepped into the humid Dhaka afternoon, and crossed to the small tea stall opposite the headquarters tower. She ordered black tea, no sugar, and sat at a plastic table under a faded umbrella. Traffic roared past, rickshaws, CNGs, the occasional luxury SUV, normal life. It felt surreal. Adrian arrived 10 minutes later, face tight, eyes scanning the street before he sat across from her. He reached for her hand immediately. Show me. She turned her right palm up, faint red imprint where it had connected with his cheek. Adrian's jaw clenched. He touched your face. Cupped my jaw like he owned it. Her voice stayed level. I told him if he did it again, I'd go public. Then I walked out. Adrian stared at her palm as though it held evidence. He laughed. Like it excited him. She pulled her hand back, wrapped it around the hot tea glass. He's not backing down, he's escalating. Adrian leaned forward, voice low. I pulled more files over the weekend. Found 3 former assistants who left within 6 months of each other, 2 years ago. All cited personal reasons. One filed a vague harassment complaint that was settled out of court. NDA, payment logged as consulting fee. Elena nodded. Layla has a recording. She's bringing it tomorrow. Adrian's eyes darkened. If we get that, it's game-changing. But we can't wait. He'll move first now. He knows we're talking. He'll isolate you, or worse. Elena sipped her tea. It burned her tongue. She welcomed the pain. What's his next play? Pressure points, Adrian said. He'll start with your internship status. Threaten to pull the plug, then your references. Maybe reach out to your university advisor. Or, he hesitated, your family. Elena's stomach dropped. He knows where my parents live. He has resources. Background checks are standard for interns at his level. He'll have it. She set the glass down carefully. Then we protect them first. I'll call my sister tonight, tell her to be careful, no strange packages, no unknown calls. And we need to get Layla's recording before he suspects her too. Adrian nodded. I'll book a neutral meeting spot tomorrow, not the office, somewhere public. Coffee shop downtown. You and Layla go in together. I'll wait outside. Elena looked across the street at the gleaming tower. Somewhere up there, Victor was probably already moving pieces. I hit him, she said quietly. That changes everything. Adrian covered her hand with his. It changes him, not you. You defended yourself. That's not weakness. She met his eyes. I'm not sorry. Good, his voice hardened, because he's the one who should be. They sat in silence for a few minutes, watching the city pulse around them. Then Adrian spoke again. We need an exit strategy for you. If he pulls the internship, we fight it through the university. File formal complaint. But if he escalates beyond that, if he threatens you physically. I won't be alone, she said. Not anymore. He squeezed her hand. Never again. They finished their tea. Adrian paid. As they stood to leave, Elena glanced up at the tower windows, too high, too reflective to see inside. But she felt him. Watching, always watching. Back inside the building, she took the main elevator up. No hiding now. Let him see her return, head high, stride even. At her desk, the red rose was gone. In its place, a small black envelope. No name, just the Wolf logo embossed in silver. She opened it with steady fingers. Inside, a single card, heavy stock. Handwritten in Victor's precise script. Well played, Elena. The game just became interesting. See you tomorrow. No threat, no promise, just acknowledgement. She slipped the card into her portfolio, another piece of evidence. Then she opened her log and added, 13:15, black envelope on desk. Handwritten note from VW, well played, game just became interesting. See you tomorrow. Interpretation, escalation confirmed. He's enjoying the fight. She saved it. Across the floor, Layla passed by carrying files, eyes down. She didn't look at Elena, but her fingers twitched once. A small, subtle thumbs up hidden against the papers. Message received. Tomorrow they would move. Victor thought he had the upper hand, but dangerous enemies make mistakes when they underestimate the prey. And Elena was no longer prey. She was the storm gathering at the edge of his empire. Chapter 15, The Assistant's Confession. The next morning dawned gray and heavy, rain threatening, but holding back, like the city itself was waiting for something to break. Elena arrived at headquarters at 7:05 a.m., earlier than ever. She wore navy slacks and a high-necked white blouse, practical, unremarkable, invisible if she needed to be. Her bag held the usual: laptop, notebook, encrypted USB drive. And now, tucked in an inner pocket, a small digital voice recorder she'd bought from a street vendor on the way in. Backup for backup. She didn't go to her desk. Instead, she took the elevator to the third-floor atrium, a quiet, plant-filled space with benches and a coffee machine no one used before 9. Neutral ground. No executive wing cameras pointed directly here. At 8:42, Layla appeared. She moved quickly, head down, carrying a slim manila envelope clutched to her chest like a shield. Her collar was higher than usual, scarf wrapped tight despite the humidity. When she saw Alina, relief flickered across her face, brief, fragile. They sat on opposite ends of a bench, backs to the wall, voices low. "You came," Alina said quietly. Layla nodded. "I almost did. But I thought about my daughter, about the next girl who walks through those doors thinking she's special." Alina reached over, touched Layla's wrist lightly. "Thank you." Layla opened the envelope. Inside, a small black USB drive, no label. She handed it to Alina. "The recording," Layla said. "From 2 years ago, late-night session in his office. He thought I was shutting down the system. I hit record instead. It's explicit, verbal, some physical, enough to show pattern." Alina took the drive, fingers steady. "How long?" 23 minutes. I stopped it when he left the room. Never listened to the whole thing again. Couldn't." Alina slipped the drive into her pocket. "I'll copy it tonight, multiple backups. Cloud, external, then we decide how to use it." Layla exhaled shakily. "He'll know it was me, if this gets out." "Not if we do it right," Alina said. "Anonymous tip to media, or legal through a third party. You don't have to be named publicly unless you want to." Layla looked at her, really looked. "You're younger than I was when I started, braver." "I'm terrified," Alina admitted. "But terror doesn't stop facts, and facts are on our side now." Layla's eyes filled again. She blinked them away. "There are others, 2 more assistants before me. One moved abroad, changed her name. The other, she's still here. Lower level. Silent, scared, if you want more voices." "I do," Alina said, "but one step at a time. First, this recording. Then we talk to Adrian. He's pulling more internal records. We build the case layer by layer." Layla nodded. "I'll keep acting normal, deliver his coffee, take his calls, smile when he looks at me, but if he asks why I was meeting you, tell him I was asking about office protocols, boring intern stuff." Layla gave a small, bitter smile. "He'll believe it. He thinks I'm broken, obedient." Alina squeezed her hand once. "You're not broken, you're surviving, and now you're fighting." Layla stood. "I have to get back. He'll notice if I'm late." Alina rose too. "Tomorrow, same time, same place, I'll have copies made. We'll plan the next move." Layla hesitated at the elevator bank, turned back. "Alina, be careful with the drive, if he finds it on you." "He won't." Layla disappeared into the elevator. Alina waited 5 minutes, then took the stairs down to the lobby. She stepped outside, hailed a CNG, and rode 3 blocks to a small cyber cafe she'd used before, anonymous, cash only, no questions. Inside, she paid for a private booth, plugged in the USB, and copied the file 3 times. One to her personal cloud encrypted folder, one to a new external drive she bought on the spot, one to a burner email draft she'd never send. She listened to the first 30 seconds, Victor's voice, low and commanding, Layla's softer, strained. She stopped. Didn't need to hear more yet. Proof existed. That was enough. Back at headquarters by 10:30, she slipped into her desk unnoticed. No new gifts, no envelopes, just the usual hum of the floor. At 11:15, internal message from V. Wolf. Miss Raman, my office. Now, bring your performance notes for Q3. V. Elena stared at the screen, her pulse kicked up. She typed back. On my way. She stood, smoothed her blouse, and walked the corridor. The double doors were open. Layla sat at her outer desk, eyes down, typing. She didn't look up, but her fingers trembled once. Elena stepped inside. Victor stood at the window, back to her. He didn't turn immediately. Close the door, he said. She didn't lock it. He turned slowly. A faint bruise shadowed his left cheek, yellowing now but visible. He touched it absently. Impressive aim, he said quietly. Elena didn't reply. He gestured to the chair. She sat upright, hands folded. Victor walked to his desk, leaned against it. You've been busy, meetings in atriums, coffee runs, whispers. She met his gaze. I've been working. And collecting, he added. Files, recordings, allies. Elena's heart stuttered. He knew more than she'd thought. Victor smiled, slow, cold. Layla is loyal, but loyalty has limits when fear is involved. She told me everything. The USB, the copies, your little rebellion. Elena's blood ran cold. Lie, bluff, or had Layla broken? Victor stepped closer. Hand it over, all copies, or I make one call and your family receives a very generous scholarship offer they can't refuse, along with a quiet warning. Elena stood. You're threatening my family now. I'm offering protection, he corrected, from consequences you've invited. She took one step back. I don't have anything on me, and even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. Victor's eyes narrowed. Then you force my hand. He reached for his phone on the desk. Elena moved fast. She slapped the phone from his hand. It clattered across the floor. Victor froze. She spoke clearly, voice steady despite the hammering in her chest. You touch me again, you threat my family again, you hurt Layla or anyone else, and that recording goes straight to the press, anonymously, with timestamps, with context. Your empire burns before you can make another call. Victor stared at her. Something shifted in his expression, not anger. Calculation, respect almost. You really think you can win this? He asked softly. I already have, she said, the moment I said no. She turned, walked to the door, opened it. Layla was standing just outside, eyes wide, hand over her mouth. Elena met her gaze, whispered, run the plan, now. Layla nodded once, sharp, decisive. Elena walked out. Behind her, Victor didn't speak. But she felt his eyes, unblinking, burning, follow her the entire length of the corridor. The confession had come, not just Layla S. Victor S. too. He had shown his hand. And Elena held the cards. Chapter 16. Power and Control. Chapter 16. Power and Control. The corridor felt longer than usual on the walk back from Victor's office. Elena kept her steps measured, expression neutral, but inside her pulse thundered like a war drum. The slap on his phone still vibrated in her fingertips. She had just defied him in his own domain, again, and walked away intact. For now, she didn't return to her desk. Instead, she took the elevator to the lobby, then slipped into the underground parking garage through a side exit. No cameras in the stairwell there. She leaned against a concrete pillar, breathing hard, and pulled out her phone. First text to Adrian. Just left his office. He claimed Layla told him everything, bluff or real. I slapped his phone away when he tried to call someone, threatened my family. I countered with the recording going public. He backed off for now. Where are you? Adrian's reply came in seconds. In the lobby cafe. Come down, I'm alone. Bring nothing traceable. Leave your work phone on desk if you can. Elena hesitated only a moment. She had left her company-issued phone charging at her workstation, deliberate. She took the service stairs down, emerging into the dim garage light. Adrian waited near his car, engine running, doors unlocked. He looked pale, jaw set. She slid into the passenger seat, the door shut with a soft thud. "Drive," she said. He pulled out smoothly, merging into traffic without a word until they were 3 blocks away. "What happened exactly?" he asked, eyes on the road. Elena recounted it, every word, every move. Victor's bluff about Layla, the family threat, the phone slap, her final warning. Adrian's knuckles whitened on the wheel. "He threatened your parents." Indirectly, generous scholarship with a quiet warning. Classic power play. Adrian swore under his breath, rare for him. "We need to get you out of there. Today, the internship is done. We file the complaint remotely. University legal team can handle the credit issue." "No," Elena said firmly. "Not yet. If I disappear now, he wins by default." He'll spin it, unstable intern, personal issues, no evidence. We need more. Layla's recording is one piece. We need the others he mentioned, the 2 former assistants, and any buried HR files you can still access. Adrian glanced at her. "You're still going back in." "Tomorrow, one more day. Layla's supposed to meet me at 8:45 in the atrium. If she shows, we know Victor was bluffing. If she doesn't, we assume she's compromised and pivot to anonymous leak." Adrian pulled into a quiet side street near Danmondi Lake and killed the engine. He turned to face her fully. "This isn't just about the company anymore," he said quietly. "It's about him, about what he's done to people, to Layla, to potentially you." Elena met his gaze. "I know, that's why I can't walk away half-finished." He reached over, brushed a strand of hair from her face. Gentle, careful, the opposite of Victor's touch. "I'm with you," he said. "All the way, but promise me, if he corners you again, you run. No heroics. No more slaps, just get out." She nodded once. "Promise." They sat in silence for a minute, the lake glittering beyond the windshield. Then Adrian spoke again. "I accessed his private calendar this morning, old admin credentials he never revoked. He has a meeting tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the board chair. Off-site, hotel downtown. That gives us a window, maybe 90 minutes when he's not in the building." Elena's mind sharpened. Enough time to approach the other former assistant, the one still working lower level. Her name's Nadia Begum, marketing support, quiet, keeps to herself. "Desk on floor 12. Elena nodded. "I'll go down there tomorrow morning. Casual, ask about a project, see if she'll talk." Adrian exhaled. "Risky if Victor finds out." "He won't, not immediately. And if he does, we leak what we have. Partial release. Enough to start the fire." He studied her face. "You've changed since the first day." "Have I?" "You were ambitious. Now you're unstoppable." Elena gave a small, tired smile. Ambition without teeth is just a wish. Adrian leaned over, kissed her softly, brief, grounding. "Let's get you somewhere safe tonight. My place, no arguments." She didn't argue. They drove to his apartment. Inside, Elena changed into borrowed sweats, sat on the couch with her laptop, and began organizing the evidence. Timelines synced, files tagged, anonymous Dropbox links prepared for media if needed. Adrian worked beside her, pulling more financial trails, cross-referencing dates with Layla's recording timestamps. At midnight, Elena closed the laptop. "Tomorrow," she said. "We push." Adrian pulled her close. "Tomorrow." Across the city in the darkened mansion, Victor Wolf sat alone in his study. A single lamp burned. On his desk, a photo of Alina taken from security footage the day she slapped him, her face fierce, eyes blazing. He traced the edge of the frame with one finger, power and control. He had always believed they were his birthright. But for the first time in decades, he felt the ground shift beneath him. A small, cold smile curved his lips. Let her push. Let her gather her little army. The higher they climbed, the farther they would fall. And when they did, he would be waiting, unblinking, unbroken. Chapter 17, Adrian's Blind Trust. Adrian's apartment felt smaller that night, walls closing in with every new file they opened, every timestamp they matched. Alina sat cross-legged on the living room floor, laptop balanced on her knees, the external drive glowing softly beside her. Adrian paced behind the couch, phone in hand, scrolling through old company directories. They had spent the evening cross-referencing. Layla's recording, still unlistened to in full, neither had the stomach yet. Nadia Begum's personnel file, clean on paper, but a 6-month performance dip 2 years ago matched one of the personal reasons exits, and a buried email chain from HR dismissing a vague complaint as miscommunication. Adrian stopped pacing. Look at this. He turned his laptop toward her. An internal memo from Victor, dated 18 months back. Ray, assistant transitions, effective immediately, all executive support staff report directly to me for performance reviews. No exceptions. Confidentiality agreements to be re-signed quarterly. VW Alina read it twice. Quarterly NDAs, that's not standard. It's control, Adrian said quietly. He locked them in tighter every 3 months. Renewal meant silence or unemployment. Alina closed her eyes for a second, and no one questioned it. Adrian's voice dropped. I never saw this memo. He kept it out of the main circulation. I only found it because I still have legacy access from when I shadowed him last year. He sat heavily beside her. I trusted him, completely, even when things felt off, late nights, closed doors, assistants who left suddenly. I told myself it was business. Pressure. The empire demands sacrifice. I believed him when he said family was untouchable. Alina touched his arm. He raised you that way, power first, loyalty absolute. You were a child when it started. I'm not a child now. Adrian's eyes were dark, wounded. I should have seen it. The way he looked at you from day one, the private meetings, the mentorship. I thought he was just impressed, proud, like a father figure stepping in. Alina shook her head. He saw opportunity, not pride, and you were too close to spot the pattern. Adrian stared at the floor. I defended him, in my head. Every time you hesitated, every time you came back quiet after a meeting, I told myself it was stress. Intern pressure. Not this. Silence stretched between them. Then Adrian spoke, voice raw. I'm sorry, for not believing you sooner, for not protecting you. Alina turned to him fully. You're believing me now, that's what matters. He met her gaze. I'm done being blind. Whatever comes next, confrontation, legal, I'm in, no hesitation. Alina nodded. Tomorrow we approach Nadia. If she talks, we have 3 voices. Layla's recording, Nadia's story, and whatever else we pull. Then we decide, anonymous media drop or direct university escalation with evidence package. Adrian exhaled. And if he corners you again before we're ready. I don't go anywhere alone in that building. Public areas only, and I keep the recorder on voice activated. If he tries anything, it's captured. Adrian pulled her close. She rested her head against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, fast, unsteady, but strong. "I love you," he murmured into her hair. "Not because you're fighting him, because you're you, and I won't let him take that." Elena closed her eyes. "I love you too, and we're ending this together." They stayed like that until the city lights dimmed outside the windows. Across Dhaka, in the Wolf Mansion study, Victor sat with a single glass of scotch, untouched. On his desk, security stills from the hallway, Elena slapping his phone, her face fierce. Layla's quick glance toward the elevator, Adrian's car leaving the garage with Elena inside. He tapped a pen against the glass, slow, rhythmic. His son. His only son. The boy he had molded, educated, positioned to inherit everything. And now that boy was turning against him. Victor's jaw tightened. Not anger, not yet. Calculation. Adrian's blind trust had been useful once. Reliable, predictable. Now it was a liability. Victor picked up his phone, dialed a private line. "Karim," he said when the head of security answered. "I need eyes on my son, discreet. Full log of movements, calls, locations, starting tonight." He paused. "And Miss Rahman, same protocol. If they meet anyone, especially former staff, notify me immediately." He hung up. Then he leaned back, eyes on the city's skyline. Blind trust could be broken, but empires were built on control, and Victor Wolf had never lost control. Not permanently. Not yet. Chapter 18, Promotion or Trap. The next morning, Elena woke before dawn in Adrian's apartment, the city still dark beyond the windows. She dressed quietly, simple gray blouse, black trousers, low heels, hair pulled into a tight knot. No makeup beyond a touch of balm on her lips. Invisible. Professional, ready. Adrian stirred as she slipped on her jacket. "Be careful today," he murmured, voice thick with sleep. "Text me the second you have anything from Nadia or Layla." "I will." She leaned down, kissed his forehead. "Stay off the executive floor. Don't give him reason to suspect you're helping." He caught her hand. "If anything feels wrong, anything, leave. We have enough to start the leak if we need to." She nodded. "I know." Outside, the pre-dawn air was thick with mist rolling off the Bariganga. She took a CNG to headquarters, arriving at 7:15. The lobby was empty except for the night guard, who nodded without interest. She took the service elevator to floor 12, marketing support. Quiet corridor, cubicles half-lit by emergency strips. Nadia Begum's desk was near the back, neat stacks of files, a single potted succulent, no personal photos. Nadia was already there, early riser like Elena, mid-30s, short hair, glasses, plain navy dress. She looked up when Elena approached, surprise flickering behind the lenses. "Miss Rahman." Nadia's voice was soft, cautious. "Can I help you?" Elena kept her tone light, collegial. "I'm working on a cross-department project, Q4 branding tie-in with strategic planning. Karim suggested I speak with someone who's handled port campaign logistics before. Your name came up." Nadia's shoulders relaxed fractionally. "I did some work on the Chittagong rollout last year. Happy to help." Elena pulled up a spare chair. "Mind if we talk here? Quiet spot." Nadia glanced around, empty floor, then nodded. Elena lowered her voice. "This isn't just about the project. I need to ask you something personal. Off record." Nadia tensed. "What kind of personal?" Elena met her eyes directly. "About Victor Wolf. About why you stayed lower level after 2 promotions were promised. About the late nights, the closed doors." Nadia's face went blank, practiced mask. "I don't know what you mean." "I think you do." Elena slid a folded note across the desk, simple, handwritten. Layla sent me. She has a recording. I have copies. We're building a case. You don't have to speak now. Just nod if you were targeted, too. Nadia stared at the note. Her hand trembled as she unfolded it, read it, refolded it. She looked up. Tears brimmed but didn't fall. I was his assistant for 8 months, she whispered. Started bright, ambitious, he noticed, private mentoring, then expectations. Touches that accidentally lingered. Offers of advancement if I was flexible. I said no. He didn't force, never physically, but he made sure I knew the cost. Stalled reviews, demoted projects, whispers in board meetings. I transferred down here to survive. Elena's throat tightened. I'm sorry. Nadia wiped her eyes. I signed the NDA. Quarterly, I thought it would end. It never did. Do you have anything? Emails, notes, anything we could use anonymously? Nadia hesitated, then opened a locked drawer, pulled out a small flash drive, older model, scratched. Saved everything. Deleted from company servers but backed up. Screenshots. Audio from one call where he implied consequences. Never used it. Too scared. Elena took the drive carefully. Thank you. This helps more than you know. Nadia looked at her, searching. You're going after him. We're going to expose him, protect others. You can stay out of it publicly. We'll anonymize everything. Nadia exhaled shakily. If you need me to speak, I might, for my daughter. She's starting university next year. I don't want her in buildings like this. Elena squeezed her hand once. We'll protect that. Footsteps echoed down the corridor, heavy, measured. Elena stood quickly. Project discussion. Normal. Nadia nodded, composed her face. Victor appeared at the end of the row, charcoal suit, no tie, expression unreadable. Miss Rahman, he said pleasantly. Exploring new floors. Elena turned smoothly. Gathering input for Q4 branding integration. Nadia has valuable insights on logistics campaigns. Victor's eyes flicked to Nadia, cool assessment, then back to Elena. Efficient, I like that. He stepped closer. I've reviewed your performance. Impressive, initiative, boldness. His gaze lingered on her cheek, the same spot he'd touched before. I'm promoting you, effective immediately, direct report to me, senior strategic associate, full access, salary bump, board exposure. The words landed like a trap snapping shut. Nadia froze behind her desk. Elena kept her voice even. Generous, but I haven't accepted any transfer yet. Victor smiled, slow, knowing. The offer is no longer optional. HR processed it this morning. Your access badge updates in 10 minutes. Congratulations. He turned to Nadia. Miss Begum, good to see you contributing. Nadia murmured something polite, eyes down. Victor looked back at Elena. My office. 1100 will discuss your new responsibilities. He walked away unhurried, certain. Elena exhaled slowly. Nadia whispered, it's a cage. He'll watch every move, isolate you. I know. Elena slipped the flash drive into her pocket beside Layla's. But cages have keys, and we just got another one. She returned to her desk. Sure enough, new badge notification on her screen. Access level, Senior Strategic Associate, Direct, V. Wolf. She forwarded the notification to her personal email, then added to the log. 0915, floor 12. Nadia confirmed targeting. Provided USB with screenshots audio. 0940 VW appeared. Announced unilateral promotion to Senior Associate, Direct Report. No choice. interpretation, trap, control through proximity, monitoring intensified. She saved it. Then she texted Adrian. Promotion forced. Direct to him. Starting now, we have Nadia's drive too. Meet after 11:00. This changes timeline. We may need to leak sooner. His reply. On it, be careful. Love you. Elena looked toward the executive wing. Victor stood at his doors, watching. He raised a hand in small salute. The promotion wasn't a reward. It was chains disguised as gold. But Elena had never been afraid of chains. She knew how to break them. Chapter 19. The Threat. The promotion notification lingered on Elena's screen like a warning light she couldn't turn off. Senior Strategic Associate, direct reporting line. Victor Wolf effective. Immediately access granted. Level 7, Executive Suite, salary adjustment, plus 180% welcome to the inner circle. She stared at the words until they blurred. A trap wrapped in velvet, more access meant more surveillance, more proximity, more chances for him to corner her without witnesses. But it also meant deeper access to files, calendars, communications, a double-edged blade. She forwarded the notification to her personal email, encrypted, then logged out of her workstation. No point pretending normalcy now. She needed to move. First stop, the executive suite restroom, same one where she and Layla had first spoken. No cameras inside. She slipped in, locked the outer door, and waited. At 11:05, Layla entered, face pale, eyes red-rimmed. Elena spoke first, low and urgent. He knows we met. He claimed you told him everything. Was that true? Layla shook her head violently. No, I never spoke to him, but he called me into his office right after you left yesterday, said he had concerns about my loyalty. Showed me hallway footage of us in the atrium, said if I didn't cooperate, my daughter's school scholarship would be revoked, and worse. Elena's stomach twisted. What did he ask for? To monitor you, report any private conversations, hand over any drives or copies I might have. Layla's voice cracked. I told him I had nothing. He didn't believe me, but he let me go with a warning. One more misstep, Layla, and you lose everything you've built for her. Elena pulled the small recorder from her pocket, voice activated, already running. Did you bring anything new? Layla handed over a folded sheet, printed email screenshot. This came this morning, from his private account to mine. Confirm receipt of new instructions, discretion mandatory. Attached was a photo of my daughter at school, time-stamped yesterday. Elena photographed the email with her phone, then returned the original. We have this now. Leverage. He's crossing into criminal territory, extortion, implied threat to a minor. Layla's hands shook. What do we do? Same plan, you act compliant. Feed him harmless information. Say I'm stressed, working late, nothing concrete. Buy us time. Adrian and I will accelerate the leak. We have your recording, Nadia's drive, this email. It's enough for an anonymous package to a major outlet. Business Times Bangladesh, or an international wire if we want global pressure. Layla nodded, swallowing hard. I'll do it, but Elena, he's angry now, not amused. When he's angry, he doesn't play, he strikes. I know. Elena touched Layla's arm. Stay safe. Text me only on the burner app we set up. No company channels. Layla left first. Elena waited 2 minutes, then followed. Back on the floor, her new access badge beeped as she approached the executive wing elevator. Green light, doors opening automatically. She stepped in, pressed the button for Victor's floor, no turning back now. His doors were closed. Layla sat at her desk, head down, typing. She didn't look up, but her fingers formed a quick, hidden gesture. Be careful. Elena knocked once. Enter. Victor's voice, calm, almost pleasant, she stepped inside. The blinds were drawn halfway, casting striped shadows across the room. Victor sat behind his desk, fingers steepled, watching her. Close it. She didn't lock. Congratulations again, he said. Your new office is being prepared down the hall. Glass walls, view of the city, fitting for someone of your potential. Elena remained near the door. I didn't ask for it. You didn't have to, he stood slowly. Sit. She stayed standing. Victor circled the desk, slow, deliberate. You've been busy, new friends on lower floors, private meetings, collecting souvenirs. He stopped a few feet away. I could end this now. One call to HR, internship revoked retroactively, university notified of ethical concerns, your scholarship reviewed, your family's village connection reminded of old debts. Elena's blood ran cold. You're threatening my entire life. I'm offering clarity. He stepped closer. Return the drives, delete the copies, disband your little coalition, and this promotion becomes real. Power, influence, a future you can't imagine, refuse, and I dismantle everything you've built, piece by piece, starting with your mother's sewing machine, your sister's dreams, Adrian's trust in me. Elena held his gaze. You think fear will make me bend? I think reality will. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a small envelope, opened it. Inside, a photo her mother in the village market, taken recently. Timestamp on the back. Elena's breath caught. Victor set the photo on the desk between them. A reminder, family is vulnerable. Empires are not. Elena picked up the photo, fingers steady despite the rage boiling inside. She tore it in half, slowly, deliberately. You just made a mistake, she said quietly. Victor tilted his head. Did I? You crossed into blackmail, documented, time-stamped. I have witnesses, recordings, and now this. She slipped the torn halves into her pocket. One more move like that and everything goes public, not anonymously. Named, your face, your words, your photo of my mother. Victor's smile faded. You're playing a dangerous game, Elena. No, she said, you are. She turned, opened the door, walked out. Layla's eyes met hers, wide, terrified, but resolute. Elena kept walking. In the elevator, she pulled out her phone. Text to Adrian. He threatened my family directly. Showed a photo of my mother. I have it torn as evidence. We leak tonight. No more waiting. His reply. Coming to get you now. We end this. Elena stepped into the lobby. Outside, the rain had finally started, hard, relentless. She stood under the overhang, watching it pour. Victor thought threats would break her. He had just forged her into something unbreakable. The threat had been delivered. Now the counterstrike began. Chapter 20. The Secret Recording. Elena stepped out from under the headquarters overhang into the rain. It came down in sheets, warm, relentless, soaking her blouse in seconds. She didn't run for cover. Let it wash over her. Let it blur the city lights into streaks of red and gold. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, Adrian again. Where are you? I'm pulling up now. Black car, east curb. She crossed the street, shoes splashing through puddles, and slid into the passenger seat. Water dripped from her hair onto the leather. Adrian took one look at her, drenched, eyes blazing, and started driving without a word. He cranked the heat, handed her a towel from the back seat. Talk, he said finally. She did. Every detail, the photo of her mother, the torn halves now safe in her pocket, Victor's calm delivery of the threat, her counter-warning. She pulled out the pieces of the photo, laid them on the dashboard like evidence in a crime scene. Adrian's hands tightened on the wheel. He had someone follow your mother, took pictures, in the village. Elena nodded. He's desperate. Threats are all he has left when fear doesn't work. They drove in silence for several blocks. Rain hammered the roof like gunfire. Adrian pulled into an underground parking garage near Motehil, anonymous, multi-level, no cameras on the lower floors. He killed the engine. "We can't wait for tomorrow," he said. "We leak tonight, partial release. Enough to force his hand without burning everything at once." Elena pulled the 2 USB drives from her pocket, Layla's and Nadia's, along with her own encrypted external. "We have 3 sources now: Layla's audio, Nadia's screenshots and call recording. My logs, the photo threat, it's solid." Adrian took Layla's drive first. "Let's listen, just the key parts. We need to know what we're sending." Elena hesitated. "It's going to be hard to hear." "I know." He plugged it into his laptop on the center console. "But we have to." He opened the file, 23 minutes. They skipped forward in chunks, searching for timestamps that matched Layla's whispered descriptions. At 4:12 in Victor's voice, low, intimate. "You understand loyalty, Layla. It's not words, it's actions. Kneel." A pause, fabric rustling. Layla's breath shaky, uneven. "Good girl." "Now open." Elena's stomach turned. Adrian's face went gray. They stopped at 7:45, Victor again, softer now, almost tender. "You'll keep this between us, or your references vanish. Your daughter's future, complicated. Simple choice." Adrian closed the file, his hands shook. "Enough." Elena stared at the dashboard. "That's not mentorship, that's coercion, abuse." Adrian nodded once. "We redact names where possible. Keep Layla anonymous unless she agrees otherwise. Send the audio snippet, 2 minutes max. Nadia's call recording where he implies consequences. Your logs with timestamps. The torn photo as proof of current threat. Package it clean. No traceable sender." Elena opened her laptop. Business Times Bangladesh First, Investigative Desk. They've taken down bigger names. If they bite, it goes viral by morning. She composed the anonymous email on a burner account, subject line simple: Wolf Enterprises. Pattern of coercion and abuse, evidence attached. Body, brief, factual. Multiple former and current female employees targeted by Victor Wolf. Coerced into personal compliance under threat of career destruction. Audio documents, recent threats attached. Sources anonymous for safety. Verify independently. Act quickly. Attachments, redacted audio clip 7:39:30 from Layla's file, Nadia's call excerpt, Elena's log excerpts, dates, words only, no names, photo of torn photo with timestamp visible. She hit send. Then forwarded a copy to herself and Adrian via encrypted channel. Done. Adrian exhaled like he'd been holding his breath for years. "It's out." Elena leaned back against the seat. Rain drummed on the roof. "Now we wait. He'll know by morning. Board will know. Media will start calling." Adrian turned to her. "What if he comes for you tonight, or your family?" "I already texted my sister, told her to stay with a cousin in the city for a few days. No details, just family emergency. She'll listen." Adrian nodded. "My place is secure, gated, security desk. We stay there tonight. Tomorrow we go public together. Press conference if needed. University statement, whatever it takes. Elena looked at him, really looked. The boy who once sat in the back of class debating ethics was gone. In his place, a man ready to burn his inheritance to save what was right. "I'm proud of you," she said quietly. He gave a small, broken smile. "I should have been proud of you sooner." They drove back to his apartment through the storm. Inside, they changed into dry clothes, made tea neither drank, and sat on the couch, laptops open, monitoring news alerts, social media whispers. At 2:17 a.m., the first hit. Business Times Bangladesh Online. Breaking: anonymous allegations against Wolf Enterprises CEO, coercion claims surface with audio evidence. Link shared on X, retweets climbing. Elena's phone buzzed, unknown number. She didn't answer. Another buzz, Layla's burner app. "He's raging, called me in at midnight, demanded drives, I said I didn't have them. He smashed a lamp, said she'll pay. Be careful," Elena showed Adrian. He pulled her close. "We did this together." Across the city in the mansion study, Victor Wolf stared at his tablet. The article open, audio clip playing on loop, his own voice unmistakable. His fist clenched. Glass cracked in his hand. The secret recording had escaped, and with it the first crack in his empire. But empires don't fall in one night, they fall in pieces, and Victor was already planning how to glue his back together, with blood if necessary. Chapter 21: The Evidence. The rain had eased to a steady drizzle by dawn, but the city felt charged, electric with anticipation, as though Dhaka itself knew something irreversible had begun. Elena woke on Adrian's couch at 5:47 a.m., phone already buzzing with alerts. She sat up, rubbing sleep from her eyes, and opened the notifications. Business Times Bangladesh had updated the article 3 times overnight. The audio clip, redacted but unmistakable, was embedded now, looping on their homepage. Comments exploded. Shock, outrage, calls for investigation. X, formerly Twitter, was trending Wolf exposed in Bangladesh, with international retweets from business ethics accounts in London and Singapore. Key excerpts from the coverage. The voice in the recording matches known public speeches by Victor Wolf. Multiple anonymous sources corroborate a pattern of coercion spanning years. Wolf Enterprises stock futures down 4.2% pre-market on regional exchanges. Elena forwarded the links to Adrian, who emerged from the bedroom, hair disheveled, eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. "It's out," she said quietly. He sat beside her, pulled up his tablet. "Board emergency call scheduled for 8:00 a.m. My phone's blowing up, cousins, uncles, old classmates. Everyone asking if it's true." Elena touched his knee. "It is true, and now the world knows." Adrian exhaled. "Father hasn't called me, not once." "That's worse than screaming," Elena said. "He's regrouping." They spent the next hour compiling the full evidence package, clean copies of everything. Redacted audio segments, Nadia's screenshots, names blurred, Elena's chronological log, the torn photo halves photographed side by side with timestamps. Layla's email screenshot of the daughter's school picture threat. Adrian added one final piece, an internal memo he'd pulled overnight from his legacy access, Victor's directive for quarterly NDAs on executive assistants, dated precisely during the periods of the known incidents. "Smoking gun," he murmured, "proves systemic silencing." Elena nodded. "We send this to the Bangladesh Anti-Corruption Commission anonymously, and to the University Ethics Board, My internship can be collateral if it means exposure. Adrian hesitated. You'll lose the credit, the references, maybe the degree timeline. I'll retake the semester if I have to, she said. Some things are worth more than a transcript. They uploaded the package to secure, anonymous drop sites linked to the ACC and a trusted investigative journalist at Protham Allo. No sender trace. No metadata. At 7:45 a.m., Alina's burner app pinged Layla. He left the house at 6:30, didn't sleep. Security doubled at HQ, board arriving now, he's in damage control. Said this ends today. Alina showed Adrian. He'll try to discredit us, Adrian said. Call it fake audio, fabricated logs, smear campaign against disgruntled interns. Then we go public ourselves, Alina replied. You and me, on record, no hiding. Adrian looked at her, long searching. You're sure? I've been sure since the first orchid. They showered, dressed, simple, professional. Alina in black trousers and white blouse, Adrian in a dark suit without tie. No armor today, just truth. At 9:15 they left the apartment together. Adrian drove them to a small cafe in Danmondi, public, busy, neutral ground. They sat at a corner table, laptops open, phones recording their own conversation as backup. Alina spoke first into the mic. This is Alina Rahman, former intern at Wolf Enterprises. I'm making this statement voluntarily. Victor Wolf engaged in a pattern of harassment, coercion, and threats against me and others. Evidence has been submitted to authorities. Adrian followed. This is Adrian Wolf, son of Victor Wolf. I confirm the allegations are credible. I have seen internal documents and heard direct threats. I stand with the victims. They uploaded the short video statement, faces clear, voices steady, to a new anonymous X account created that morning. Hashtag Wolf Exposed. Caption, the truth from inside the empire. Within minutes, retweets surged. By 10:30, Protham Allo had picked it up. Live updates, board members arriving at HQ, some leaving looking shaken. Stock ticker flashing red. Alina's phone rang, university advisor. She answered on speaker. Alina, the dean's office is flooded. They want your side. Officially. Tell them I'm cooperating fully, she said. Evidence is with ACC. I'll come in this afternoon. She hung up. Adrian's phone buzzed, private number. He showed the screen, father. He let it ring out. Victor would have to face the evidence now, not in shadows, not in private offices, but in daylight. At 11:42, the first official statement from Wolf Enterprises dropped. We are aware of serious allegations made against our CEO. An independent investigation has been launched. Mr. Victor Wolf has stepped aside from daily operations pending review. We take these claims extremely seriously. Adrian stared at the text. He's gone quiet for now. Alina closed her laptop. The evidence is out. It's not ours to hold anymore. It belongs to the world. They sat in silence as the cafe filled around them, normal people ordering tea, scrolling phones, unaware that the empire across the river was cracking. But Alina felt it. The shift. Power had always belonged to Victor. Now it was slipping. And evidence, cold, documented, undeniable, was the lever pulling it free. Chapter 22, Cracks in the Empire. By noon, the drizzle had turned to steady rain again, drumming against the cafe windows like impatient fingers. Alina and Adrian sat at the same corner table, laptops closed now, phones silenced except for alerts. The video statement they'd uploaded had crossed 50,000 views on X retweets from journalists, activists, former employees of other conglomerates. Hashtags multiplying: Wolf exposed, end the silence, justice for survivors. Adrian refreshed the Business Times page. A new headline: Wolf Enterprises board calls emergency session. CEO Victor Wolf absent from HQ amid allegations. Below it, a grainy photo of board members arriving at the tower, faces grim, umbrellas shielding them from cameras already gathering outside the gates. Elena leaned back. He's not there. He's avoiding the building. Adrian's voice was flat. He's avoiding accountability. Classic move. Hole up at the mansion, issue denials through lawyers, wait for the news cycle to shift. Elena's phone vibrated, burner app from Layla, board is furious. They heard the audio. Several demanded his immediate suspension. He's on video call from home. Denying everything, says audio is AI-generated, logs fabricated, I'm a disgruntled ex-employee planting stories. But they're not buying it fully. Stock down 7% now. Whispers of class action potential. Elena showed Adrian the message. He exhaled slowly. The cracks are spreading. Fast. They paid the bill and left the cafe, umbrellas up, walking toward Adrian's car parked 2 blocks away. The streets felt different, people glancing at phones, murmuring. A few looked at Adrian twice, recognition flickering. The air, the son who spoke out. In the car, Adrian drove aimlessly for a while, circling Dan Mondi Lake, rain streaking the windows. I grew up thinking the empire was unbreakable, he said quietly. Father built it from nothing: land deals, shipping contracts, tech acquisitions. Ruthless, yes, but brilliant. I wanted to inherit it, reform it, make it ethical. Elena touched his arm. You still can, after. He shook his head. Not after him. The name is tainted now. Even if he's removed, the stain stays. Then build something new, she said. With integrity, with people like Layla and Nadia, with me. Adrian glanced at her, eyes softening for the first time that day. You'd stay after everything. I'd stay to make sure it never happens again. He pulled over near the lake, killed the engine. Rain pattered on the roof. His phone rang, private number again. Father, this time he answered. Speaker on. Victor's voice filled the car, calm, controlled, but edged with ice. Adrian. If father. A pause. You've been busy. So have you, Adrian replied. Threatening Elena's family, blackmailing assistants, coercing women, the world knows now. Victor's tone didn't waver. The world knows a fabrication, deepfake audio, forged documents, a disgruntled intern and her boyfriend staging a coup. Elena spoke up, clear, steady. The audio isn't fake. The threats weren't fabricated. Your photo of my mother was AI-generated. Silence on the line. Then Victor, Elena, still defiant, admirable but foolish. Adrian cut in. This ends today. Step down. Resign. Let an independent board take over. Or the evidence keeps coming, more voices, more recordings, more victims. Victor laughed, short, humorless. You think the board will turn on me? They've profited from my ruthlessness for decades. They'll circle the wagons. Adrian's voice hardened. Not when the stock tanks, not when regulators start asking questions, not when international partners pull out. You built an empire on fear. Fear is fragile. Another pause. Victor's voice dropped almost intimate. You're my son, my only son. Walk away from this. Come home, we can fix it together. Adrian closed his eyes for a second, then opened them. No, he said clearly. I'm not coming home, not until you're gone. He hung up, the line went dead. Elena reached over, took his hand. His fingers were cold. He's scared, she said softly. Adrian nodded. He should be. They drove back toward the city center. By the time they reached Adrian's building, new alerts lit their phones. Wolf Enterprises shares halted trading pending investigation. Bangladesh Anti-Corruption Commission confirms receipt of evidence package, launches preliminary inquiry. 3 more women come forward anonymously on X, former assistants, same pattern. Cracks had become fissures. The empire, once gleaming, unassailable, was showing daylight through the stone. Victor Wolf sat alone in his study, rain lashing the windows. His tablet showed the plummeting ticker. His phone silent, no calls from allies, only lawyers. He poured scotch, drank it neat. For the first time in 40 years, he felt the ground shift beneath him, not a tremor, but a slow, inevitable slide. The cracks were real, and they were spreading faster than he could seal them. Chapter 23: The Sun's Doubt. Adrian stood at the floor-to-ceiling window of his apartment, watching rain trace slow paths down the glass. The city below looked blurred, uncertain, like the future he had once taken for granted. Elena sat on the couch behind him, scrolling through the latest alerts on her phone. The board's emergency session had ended 30 minutes ago. No official statement yet, but X was alive with leaks. Heated arguments, one director storming out, another demanding Victor's immediate resignation. The stock halt had been extended. Analysts were calling it a leadership crisis. Adrian hadn't spoken since hanging up on his father. Elena set her phone down. "You're quiet." He didn't turn. I keep replaying the call, his voice, the way he said, "Come home," like I was still 10 years old, like nothing had changed. She stood, walked to him, rested a hand on his back. "It has changed. You changed it." Adrian exhaled slowly. "I used to doubt myself, never him. Every decision, business school, joining the company, even dating you, I measured against what he would think, would approve, would respect. I told myself I was building independence, but I was just orbiting him." Elena turned him gently to face her. "You broke orbit today." His eyes were distant. Did I, or did I just trade one gravity for another? She frowned. "What do you mean?" Adrian looked past her, at the skyline where the Wolf Tower still stood, lights blazing defiantly. "I spoke out. I leaked. I stood with you. But part of me still wonders, what if the audio is manipulated? What if the logs are exaggerated? What if he's right, that this is a setup, a power grab by people who resent his success?" Elena stepped back slightly. "You heard the recording, you saw the photo, you read the threats." "I know," his voice cracked. "I know it's real, but knowing and believing they're different. He raised me. He was the only parent I had. When Mom died, he didn't break. He built. He made sure I never wanted for anything. Never felt the void, or maybe he just filled it with the company, with expectations, with his version of love." Elena's throat tightened. Love doesn't threaten, doesn't coerce, doesn't photograph someone's mother to intimidate. Adrian nodded slowly. "I know that too, intellectually, but the boy inside me, the one who still wants his father's approval, is screaming that maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm betraying the only person who ever believed in me." She took both his hands. "He believed in what you could do for him, not in you, not the real you, the one who debates ethics in class, the one who listens when I talk about my village, the one who's standing here, doubting everything he was taught to accept." Adrian searched her face. "How do you do it? How do you stay so certain?" I'm not certain, she admitted. I doubt too, every step. What if the media drops it? What if the board protects him? What if my family pays the price? But doubt isn't weakness. It's the space where truth lives. You're doubting because you're finally seeing clearly, not because you're wrong. He pulled her close, forehead against hers. I don't want to be like him. You're not. I could be if I inherit, if I take the reins after this. The temptation, the power, it's in the blood. Then don't take it, she said softly. Walk away or burn it down and rebuild, but don't inherit the rot. Adrian closed his eyes. I called my uncle on the board, privately. He said father's preparing a counter-narrative. Deepfake experts, PR crisis team, character assassination against you, ambitious interns seducing the heir for leverage. Against Layla, history of instability. Against Nadia, performance issues. They'll try to flip the story. Elena pulled back. Let them try, the evidence is out, people are listening. More women will speak, the truth has momentum now. Adrian nodded, slow, resolute. I'm going to the tower tomorrow. In person, I'll demand a seat at the board table. Not as heir, as witness. I'll testify if they'll let me. If they won't, I'll go to the press again. Louder. Elena smiled, small, fierce. Then we go together. His phone buzzed, Layla's burner. Board voted 7-5 to suspend Victor pending full investigation. Independent counsel appointed. He stormed out. Security escorting him from the building now. He looked broken. Adrian stared at the message. Broken. The word landed like a stone in still water. He looked at Elena. He's losing, really losing. She nodded. And you're not celebrating. I should be. Adrian's voice was quiet. But all I feel is grief, for the father I thought I had, for the empire I wanted to save. Elena wrapped her arms around him. Grieve later, fight now. Outside, the rain stopped. The clouds parted just enough for moonlight to touch the city. The tower lights flickered, once, twice, like a heartbeat faltering. The sun's doubt had become certainty, and certainty was the sharpest weapon of all. Chapter 24, The Assistant Disappears. The morning after the board's vote felt strangely quiet, as though the city held its breath between thunderclaps. Elena arrived at headquarters at 7:10 a.m., not because she still had a desk, but because Layla had texted at 5:47. Need to meet. Urgent, atrium, 7:45, don't bring phone. Leave it in car. Elena had complied. Her company phone stayed charging in Adrian's apartment. She carried only a small notebook, pen, and the burner app on a secondary device. The atrium was empty, plants drooping slightly under the fluorescent lights, coffee machine cold. Layla arrived 2 minutes late, coat damp from the drizzle outside, scarf wrapped high. She looked smaller than before, shoulders hunched, eyes darting to every shadow. Elena spoke first, voice low. What happened? Layla sat on the bench, hands clasped tight in her lap. He came to my apartment last night, after the board vote. Security let him in, said it was family business. He didn't knock, just stood in the doorway. Elena's pulse kicked. Did he threaten you again? Worse, Layla's voice trembled. He said the suspension was temporary, that he'd be back in control by next week, that the evidence would disappear, audio debunked, sources discredited. Then he looked at my daughter's bedroom door. She was asleep. He said, beautiful girl, so much like her mother at that age, it would be a shame if anything disrupted her future. Elena felt cold spread through her chest. He was in your home, with your child. Layla nodded once. I told him to leave. He smiled, said, "One call, Layla. One call and the scholarship ends, the apartment lease ends, everything ends." Then he left. Alina reached for Layla's hand. "You're not alone anymore. The ACC has the package. Media is digging. More women are coming forward. He can't silence everyone." Layla pulled her hand back gently. "That's why I'm here. I can't do this anymore." Alina frowned. "What do you mean?" "I'm leaving." Layla's voice cracked on the word. "Tonight, my sister in Chittagong, she has a spare room. I've already booked bus tickets. My daughter and I 1 bag each. No forwarding address. I'll change numbers, disappear." Alina's stomach dropped. "Layla, no, we need you, your voice. Your recording is the strongest piece." "I know." Tears spilled over. "But my daughter is 12. She doesn't understand power plays or empires. She just knows her mother is scared. Every night she asks why I flinch at doorbells. I can't keep doing this to her." Alina swallowed hard. "We can protect you. Safe house, legal aid, the ACC can." Layla shook her head. "You think protection works against him?" "He has eyes everywhere. Lawyers, security, money. I've seen what happens to people who stay and fight. They lose jobs, friends, minds. I won't lose her." Silence stretched between them. Alina finally spoke. "What about your testimony, the recording?" Layla reached into her coat pocket, pulled out a second USB, smaller, newer. "This is everything, full unredacted audio, my personal journal entries from the years, copies of every NDA I signed, emails, even photos of the bruises when they were fresh. I kept them hidden in a safe deposit box. The key is taped inside." She pressed the drive into Alina's hand. "Use it however you need. Anonymously. I don't want credit, I just want out." Alina closed her fingers around it. "Where will you go after Chittagong?" "Somewhere quiet, maybe Sylhet. Maybe abroad if I can save enough. Doesn't matter, as long as he can't find us." Alina's eyes burned. "I'm sorry for dragging you deeper." "You didn't drag me." Layla managed a small, sad smile. "You gave me courage to leave. That's more than anyone else ever did." Layla stood. "Don't follow me out, wait 5 minutes. And Alina, thank you for seeing me, for believing me." She walked to the elevator, paused at the doors. "If you win," she said softly, "tell the world it wasn't just about him falling. It was about us rising." The doors closed. Alina sat alone in the atrium for the full 5 minutes, drive burning a hole in her palm. When she finally stood, her legs felt heavy. She took the stairs down, slow, deliberate, and stepped outside into the rain. Adrian waited in the car across the street. He saw her face through the windshield and opened the passenger door before she reached it. "She's gone?" he asked as Alina slid in. Alina nodded, handed him the drive. Everything she had, full unredacted. She's taking her daughter and disappearing tonight. Adrian stared at the small black rectangle in his hand. "She's the third one to vanish," he said quietly. "First the one who moved abroad, then Nadia transferred down, but still here until yesterday. Now Layla." Alina looked out at the tower, its light steady despite the storm. "He's cleaning house, silencing witnesses, buying time." Adrian started the engine. "Then we don't give him time." They drove straight to a secure cyber cafe. Different one, cash only, no CCTV in the booths. Alina copied the new drive 4 ways. Cloud, 2 externals, 1 hidden in Adrian's apartment safe. As the files transferred, Alina added to her log 1 final entry. 0745 Atrium. Layla resigns effective immediately. leaving DACA tonight with daughter, provided full unredacted evidence package, audio, journals, and DA's photos. Reason, direct threat to child safety after board suspension. Status, assistant has disappeared to protect family. Pattern continues. She saved it. Then she looked at Adrian. He's eliminating voices, one by one. Adrian's jaw tightened. Then we amplify the ones left. Elena nodded. Layla had disappeared, but her evidence had not, and evidence, once free, could not be made to vanish, no matter how hard an empire tried. Chapter 25. The Private Confrontation. The rain had stopped by late afternoon, leaving DACA slick and reflective under a bruised sky. Elena and Adrian drove in silence toward the Wolf mansion. No plan beyond one simple truth. Victor was suspended, isolated, cornered. If they wanted answers or closure, they had to face him directly. Not through lawyers, not through media. Face to face. Adrian's knuckles were white on the wheel. He'll see us coming. Security will let us in, he wants this. Elena nodded. He needs to see us, needs to know it's over. The gates opened without a word from the guard booth. The circular drive was empty, no cars except Victor's black Mercedes, still wet from the rain. The fountain had been turned off. The house looked strangely lifeless. They parked. Adrian killed the engine. Elena touched his arm. We stay together, no separation, if he tries anything. We walk out, Adrian finished. Or call the police. I have the burner recording app running. They stepped out. The front door opened before they reached it, Victor himself, no butler, no staff visible. He wore a dark sweater and slacks, hair slightly disheveled, the first time Elena had seen him anything less than immaculate. Son, Victor said quietly. Elena, come in. They stepped into the foyer. Marble echoed their footsteps. Victor closed the door behind them, soft click. No one spoke until they reached the study. Same room where Victor had once poured scotch and watched the city like it belonged to him. Now the blinds were half open, late light slanting across the desk. No drink in his hand, just a single folder, thick, unmarked. Victor gestured to the two leather chairs opposite his desk. They sat. He remained standing. Silence stretched thick, heavy. Adrian spoke first. You suspended, board voted, investigation launched, stock frozen. Why are we here? Victor's gaze flicked between them, father to son, predator to prey, man to woman who refused to bend. To end this, he said simply. Privately, before the ACC drags us all through courts, before the name Wolf becomes synonymous with scandal forever. Elena leaned forward. You think a private conversation fixes coercion, blackmail, threats to children. Victor's eyes settled on her, cold, assessing. I think it gives you what you want, my resignation, permanent, no return. The company handed to an interim board. You walk away with your evidence buried. No more leaks, no more names, clean slate. Adrian's laugh was bitter. Clean slate after everything. Victor opened the folder. Inside, resignation letter drafted, dated today, signed in his precise hand. Beside it, a cashier's check, amount redacted in the copy, but the zeros were unmistakable. 7 figures. For silence, Victor said, and safety, your family, Elena, your future, Adrian's inheritance if he chooses to salvage what's left, Layla's daughter, Nadia's peace, everyone walks away whole. Elena stared at the check, then at Victor. You think money erases bruises, erases recordings, erases fear. Victor's voice dropped. I think it buys time, healing, distance. The alternative is war. Public trials, depositions, your village dragged into headlines, your mother's face on every screen, Adrian's name tied to mine forever. Is that what you want? Adrian stood abruptly. We want justice, not hush money. Victor looked at his son, really looked. Something almost like pain crossed his face. You were supposed to be better than this, he said quietly. Better than me. I am, Adrian replied. That's why I'm here, to tell you it's over. Resign, disappear, or the full unredacted package drops tomorrow. Layla's journal, Nadia's photos, every email, every NDA. No redactions, no mercy. Victor's jaw tightened. You destroy the empire your grandfather started, the legacy your mother believed in. Adrian's voice cracked. I'd destroy the rot so something clean can grow. You built on fear, I won't. Victor turned to Alina. And you, the girl from the village, the one who slapped me, the one who refused to kneel, what do you want? Alina stood slowly, met his gaze without flinching. I want you gone, she said clearly. Not suspended, not stepped aside. Gone, no board seat, no shadow influence, no more eyes in the dark. I want every woman you touched to sleep without fear. I want your name to mean warning, not power. Victor studied her for a long moment. Then he picked up the resignation letter, held it out. Sign as witness, he said to Adrian. Both of you, then it's done. Adrian took the pen, hesitated. Alina placed her hand over his. We don't sign anything, we don't bargain, we leave. And if you're still here tomorrow, the files go live. Full. Unfiltered. Victor's hand tightened on the paper, crumpled it slightly. You think this is victory? He asked softly. Alina smiled, small, cold. I think this is the beginning of the end. They turned, walked to the door. Victor's voice followed them, quiet, almost gentle. You'll regret this. Adrian paused at the threshold, looked back at his father. No, he said, I regret not seeing sooner. They stepped outside. The door closed behind them, final, soft. In the car, Adrian started the engine. His hands shook. Alina reached over, covered them with hers. It's over, she whispered. Adrian looked at the mansion in the rearview, lights blazing but empty now. Not yet, he said, but it will be. The private confrontation had ended. No deals, no money, no mercy. Just two people walking away from a broken empire, and the cracks, once small, now wide enough to let the light in. Chapter 26, A Dangerous Offer. The drive back from the mansion felt longer than the distance warranted. Adrian kept his eyes on the road, jaw set, hands steady on the wheel. Alina watched the city lights smear past the windows, neon signs bleeding into puddles, people hurrying home under umbrellas. Normal life. It felt distant, like a movie playing behind glass. Neither spoke until they reached Adrian's building. He parked in the underground garage, killed the engine, and sat there for a long moment. He offered money, Adrian said finally. Real money, enough to buy silence forever. Alina nodded. He offered escape for everyone. Adrian turned to her. You didn't hesitate. I didn't need to. She met his gaze. Money doesn't erase what he did. It just buys time until the next victim. We're not for sale. Adrian exhaled. I almost took it, for a second. The thought of walking away, clean, safe, with enough to start over somewhere else. No more headlines, no more threats. Alina touched his cheek. But you didn't. I didn't. His voice was quiet. Because if I did, I'd be him, buying silence, controlling outcomes. I'd carry the rot forward. They got out of the car, took the elevator up in silence. Inside the apartment, Adrian locked the door twice, then leaned against it. Elena set her bag down. He'll make another move. Tonight or tomorrow, something bigger. Desperation looks like generosity when it's cornered. Adrian nodded. He always has contingencies, offshore accounts, private jets, allies who owe him favors. If resignation isn't enough, he'll try to disappear, or worse, strike back before the ACC freezes his assets. Elena opened her laptop. Fresh alerts. ACC had raided the Wolf Enterprises HQ server room that afternoon. Board members cooperating. Stock still halted. International outlets picking up the story, Reuters, Bloomberg, Al Jazeera. She pulled up the Burner app. No new messages from Layla. Silence since the atrium. I hope she's safe, Elena murmured. Adrian sat beside her. She will be, she's smart, and she has nothing left to lose. Elena opened the new drive Layla had given her. Files loaded. Unredacted audio folders, scanned NDAs, journal entries dated back 6 years, medical photos of bruises time-stamped, emails with Victor's private signature line. She skimmed one journal entry, Layla's handwriting neat, entries raw. October 14, he called me in after hours, said it was urgent, locked the door, told me to sit on his desk. I refused. He smiled, said, "You'll learn." Bruise appeared 2 days later, told HR it was a door, they believed me, or pretended to. Elena closed the file. This is enough for criminal charges. Coercion, extortion, assault, if Layla ever wants to come forward. She might not, Adrian said softly, and that's her right, but the evidence stands on its own. Elena forwarded the package to the ACC tip line again, updated, complete. No sender. Then she drafted a short statement for herself and Adrian. We stand by our earlier testimony. New evidence confirms a systemic pattern of abuse under Victor Wolf's leadership. We call for full accountability, no settlements, no golden parachutes, justice for all survivors. They uploaded it to the same anonymous X account. Views climbed instantly. Adrian's phone rang, private number. Father again, he answered. Speaker. Victor's voice, calmer than before, almost weary. Adrian, Elena, I've seen the new uploads. Impressive, you've done your homework. Adrian's voice was flat. What do you want? A final offer, Victor said. One last chance before the ACC freezes everything. I leave the country tonight. Permanent exile, no assets here, no contact. The board appoints an interim CEO, your choice, son. You take the reins, clean house, rebrand, make it what you always dreamed. In exchange, the evidence stays buried. No more leaks, no more names. Layla and Nadia get quiet settlements. Elena's family gets protection. You get the empire without my shadow. Elena spoke before Adrian could. No. Victor chuckled, soft, tired. Always the defiant one. Adrian, this is your legacy, your mother's legacy. You could save it, reform it, or watch it burn. Adrian looked at Elena. She shook her head once firm. No, Adrian said. We don't bargain with abusers. We don't trade silence for power. You leave fine, but you leave with nothing. And the evidence goes public anyway. Full transparency. No settlements. No protection rackets. Silence on the line. Then Victor, you'll destroy everything I built. You already did, Adrian replied, when you decided power was more important than people. The line went dead. Adrian set the phone down, his shoulders sagged. Elena wrapped her arms around him from behind. He's running out of moves, she whispered. Adrian nodded. And we're running out of time before he does something desperate. Outside, the city lights flickered on one by one. The dangerous offer had been made, and refused. Now only one question remained. What would a cornered wolf do when the pack turned on him? Chapter 27, The Choice. The apartment was dark except for the blue glow of two laptop screens and the city lights filtering through half-closed blinds. Elena sat on the floor, back against the couch, knees drawn up. Adrian paced slowly, 3 steps to the window, 3 back, like a man measuring the length of his own cage. Victor's final offer hung between them like smoke, exile in exchange for silence. The Empire handed to Adrian on a silver platter. No more leaks, no more names, a clean break for a price. Adrian stopped pacing, looked down at Elena. "I keep hearing his voice," he said quietly. "Not the threats. The part where he said, 'You could save it,' like I'm the only one who can." Elena closed her laptop. "You could. You're the only one he trusts enough to hand it over. The board would accept you. Interim CEO, then permanent. You could clean house, fire the loyalists, rewrite policies, make it ethical. Turn the Empire into something good." Adrian's laugh was short, hollow. "And live with the knowledge that I bought it with silence, with Layla's fear, with Nadia's bruises, with your mother's photo in his pocket." Elena stood, walked to him. "No, you'd live with the knowledge that you chose justice over power, that you refused the deal, that you let the Empire burn so no one else gets hurt the way we did." Adrian searched her face. "You'd walk away from it all, the resources, the influence, the chance to fix what he broke." "I'd walk away from anything that required silence," she said. "I didn't fight him to inherit his throne. I fought him to make sure no one else has to fight the same way." Adrian turned back to the window. Dhaka sprawled below, messy, alive, indifferent. "I've spent my life preparing to lead it," he murmured. Board meetings, strategy sessions, late nights with his memos. "I know every division, every contract, every weak point. I could rebuild it better, stronger, cleaner." Elena stepped beside him. Their reflections overlapped in the glass, 2 people who had once been strangers in a classroom, now standing at the edge of everything. "But at what cost?" she asked softly. Adrian exhaled. "The cost is everything we've done so far, the leaks, the evidence, the women who trusted us. If we accept, we bury it. We become the new owners of the silence." Elena took his hand. "Then don't accept." He looked at her, really looked. "What if I can't let it go?" he asked. "What if part of me still wants to save it, not for him? For the thousands of employees who aren't him, the ones who built it honestly, the ones who'll lose jobs if it collapses completely." Elena squeezed his hand. "Then save them without him. Start fresh. Use what you know, build something new, partner with Layla when she's ready. Hire Nadia. Create the company you always said you wanted, one that doesn't demand silence as the price of success." Adrian closed his eyes for a long moment. When he opened them, something had shifted, grief still there, but resolve hardening around it. "I choose you," he said quietly. "I choose us. I choose the truth. No deal, no inheritance, no throne built on buried voices." Elena exhaled, relief, pride, love all at once. Adrian pulled out his phone, opened the anonymous X account they'd created. He began typing, slow, deliberate. Statement draft. "This is Adrian Wolf. My father offered me the company in exchange for silence. I refuse. The evidence is real. The pattern is real. The victims are real. I will not inherit an empire stained by abuse. I will not trade justice for power. I stand with every survivor. I call for full accountability, no deals, no exile, no golden parachutes. The The company must change or it must fall. He read it aloud. Elena listened, nodded once. Send it, she said. Adrian hit post. Within seconds, notifications began, likes, retweets, comments flooding in. Adrian set the phone down. It's done. Elena wrapped her arms around him. The choice had been made. Not for power, not for legacy, for truth. For the women who had disappeared but whose evidence remained. For the future that would no longer be built on fear. Outside, the city lights burned brighter. The empire's heir had just abdicated, and in that quiet act, the final crack became a chasm. Chapter 28, The Betrayal. The post went live at 11:47 p.m. Adrian's statement, raw, unfiltered, spread like fire through dry grass. Within minutes, retweets climbed into the thousands. Comments poured in. Support from survivors, groups, outrage from business ethics advocates, shock from old family friends. The anonymous X account gained followers faster than either of them could track. Elena refreshed the page every 30 seconds. Adrian sat beside her on the couch, staring at his own words on the screen as though seeing them for the first time. I just publicly disowned my father, he said quietly. In front of the world. Elena touched his knee. You disowned the abuse, not the man. The man disowned himself a long time ago. Adrian's phone lit up unknown number. He let it ring out. Another buzz, Layla's burner app, saw the post. Thank you, my daughter and I are on the bus now. Chittagong by morning, be safe. You did what I couldn't. Elena showed him the message. Adrian exhaled. At least one person is safe. They waited. At 12:19 a.m., the first major hit, Pratham Alo live update. Wolf heir Adrian Wolf publicly rejects father's offer, calls for full accountability. The article quoted Adrian's post verbatim, included screenshots, noted the resignation letter Victor had shown them, now leaked by an anonymous source, likely a board member who had seen it during the session. Then the betrayal landed. At 12:43 a.m., Victor's verified X account, silent for days, posted a single thread. First tweet. I have watched the last 48 hours with profound disappointment. My son, whom I raised and prepared to lead, has chosen to align with falsehoods and personal vendettas over family and legacy. Second, the audio is manipulated, the documents forged, the allegations orchestrated by individuals with axes to grind. I have instructed counsel to pursue defamation claims against those responsible. Third, to my employees, partners, and the people of Bangladesh, I built this company with integrity and vision. I will not allow it to be destroyed by lies. I remain committed to truth. I will fight this in every legal forum available. Fourth and final. Adrian, you were always my greatest hope. Tonight you became my greatest regret. The thread ended there. No more posts. Account went silent again. Elena stared at the screen, her chest tightened. He's turning you into the villain, she said softly. Adrian didn't flinch. He's trying to, but the evidence speaks louder than regret. He opened a new tab, typed quickly, posted a reply thread from their anonymous account. My father's statement is noted. The evidence is not manipulated. It is documented. Multiple independent sources, multiple survivors. I do not seek his regret. I seek justice. For Layla, for Nadia, for Elena, for every woman silenced by power. The fight continues. He hit send. Then he shut the laptop. Elena watched him, shoulders rigid, eyes distant. The betrayal hurts, she said, not a question. Adrian nodded once. He called me his greatest regret, in public, my own father. He's lashing out because he's losing, Elena said. He can't control the narrative anymore. He can't control you. Adrian turned to her. He never really could. I just didn't see it until you showed me. She leaned in, kissed him, slow, steady, grounding. When they pulled apart, Adrian's voice was quiet but firm. Tomorrow we go to the ACC office. In person, full statements, no more anonymity, we testify, we name names, we end this. Elena nodded. Together. They sat in the dark for a long time after that, two people who had chosen truth over legacy, justice over power, each other over everything else. Outside, the city slept. But the betrayal had been spoken aloud, and once spoken, it could not be unspoken. The son had turned on the father, the empire had lost its heir, and the final act was only beginning. Chapter 29, Father versus Son. The Wolf Enterprises boardroom on the 45th floor had never felt so small. Glass walls on three sides, city lights glittering beyond like distant stars. The long ebony table stretched between them, 12 chairs, only 5 occupied tonight. Interim board chair at the head, 2 senior directors, legal counsel, and at opposite ends, Victor Wolf and his son. Victor had arrived first, dark suit, silver hair impeccable, face carved from stone. No tie, no smile. He sat as though he still owned the chair. Adrian entered 10 minutes later, Elena at his side. She had insisted on coming. No hiding now, no anonymity. The board had agreed to her presence as material witness. She wore the same navy trousers and white blouse from days ago, simple, unyielding. Adrian in charcoal gray, sleeves rolled, no jacket, no armor, the doors closed. Security waited outside. Interim Chair Raman, no relation, cleared his throat. This is an informal session. No minutes, no recordings. We are here to hear both sides before formal proceedings tomorrow. Victor spoke first, voice low, measured. I built this company from a single land deal in 1987. 40 years, thousands of jobs, billions in value. I made mistakes. I was demanding, I pushed people hard. But coercion, abuse, fabricated. The audio is AI. The documents selectively edited. My son, my only son, has been manipulated by a woman with ambition and resentment. He looked directly at Elena. She seduced him, used him, turned him against his own blood. This is not justice. This is revenge. Adrian's hands clenched under the table. Elena spoke before he could. Mr. Wolf, she said clearly, I never seduced anyone. I refused you, repeatedly. You touched me without consent, threatened my family, photographed my mother, offered money for silence. Your own words are on record. Multiple women have the same story. This is not revenge. This is consequence. Victor's eyes narrowed. You have no proof beyond manipulated files. Adrian stood. I have proof, he said. I have seen the unredacted audio, heard your voice, read Layla's journals, seen the bruises. Held the NDA renewals you forced quarterly. I was in your study 2 nights ago. You offered me the company for silence. I refused. The room went still. Victor looked at his son, really looked. For the first time, something cracked in his expression. Not anger, not calculation. Pain. You would destroy me, he said quietly. Your own father. Adrian's voice was steady. You destroyed yourself. When you decided power meant ownership of people. When you touched Elena. When you threatened children. When you made silence the price of survival. I'm not destroying you. I'm refusing to protect you. Victor leaned forward. I gave you everything. Education, position, future, and this is how you repay me." Adrian met his gaze. "You gave me a name, a legacy, a shadow. I'm stepping out of it." Silence stretched long, heavy. One director shifted uncomfortably. The legal counsel made a note. Victor spoke again, voice softer now, almost pleading. "Walk away, Adrian. Let me handle this. Exile, quiet retirement. The company survives, you survive, she survives." He glanced at Alina. "All of you." Adrian shook his head. "No more deals, no more silence. Tomorrow I testify to the ACC. Full statement, on record, names, dates, everything." Victor's face hardened. "Then you choose war." Adrian looked at his father, long searching. "I choose truth," he said, "and I choose her." He turned to the board. "I resign any claim to leadership, effective immediately. I will cooperate fully with the investigation. I ask only one thing: protect the survivors. No NDAs. No settlements that buy silence. Full transparency, full accountability." He looked back at Victor. "Goodbye, fathers." He took Alina's hand. They walked out together, the doors closed behind them. In the boardroom, Victor remained seated. No one spoke. The father and son had faced each other. One had chosen power, the other had chosen freedom. And in that moment, the empire lost more than its leader. It lost its future. Outside, in the elevator descending, Adrian leaned against the wall. "It's done," he whispered. Alina squeezed his hand. "It's just beginning." The doors opened to the lobby. Rain had started again, soft, steady. They stepped out into the night. Father V's son had ended, not with victory, not with defeat, with truth, and truth, once spoken, could not be unsaid. Chapter 30. The Empire Shakes. The boardroom emptied slowly after Adrian and Alina left. Victor remained seated alone at the far end of the table. The interim chair hesitated at the door, then closed it behind the last director. Silence settled, thick, absolute. Victor stared at the empty chair where his son had sat. The resignation letter he had prepared still lay crumpled on the table. He reached for it, smoothed the paper with deliberate care, then tore it in half, then in quarters, then smaller, until the pieces were confetti on polished ebony. He stood, walked to the window. Dhaka sprawled below, his city, his empire, his creation. Lights flickered in the rain like dying stars. His phone vibrated once, private line. He answered without looking. "Karim," he said, head of security. "Sir." "ACC agents are at the main gate. They have warrants. Server room, offices, personal residence." Victor's voice remained calm. "Let them in. Cooperate fully. No resistance." A pause. "Sir, your private jet is fueled. We can have you airborne in 30 minutes. Cayman accounts are liquid. New identity prepared." Victor watched a single raindrop trace a slow path down the glass. "No," he said quietly. "I stay." He hung up. Then he opened his desk drawer, pulled out a single item, a small silver frame. Inside, a photo of Adrian at 8 years old, grinning, holding a toy boat on the Bariganga shore. Beside him, Victor, younger, smiling the way only a father smiles at his son. Victor touched the glass once, then set the frame face down. He walked to the elevator, rode it to the lobby alone. Outside, rain fell harder. ACC agents waited, plainclothes, polite but firm. Cameras from local news already gathered beyond the gates. Flashes popped like distant lightning. Victor stepped into the downpour. No umbrella, no coat. Let the rain soak him through. An agent approached. "Mr. Wolf, we need you to come with us." Victor nodded once. As they led him to the waiting van, he looked up at the tower rising behind him. The empire shook. Not with explosions, not with fire, with silence. The silence of a son who had walked away. The silence of women who had finally spoken. The silence of a legacy crumbling under its own weight. Victor climbed into the van, the doors closed. Inside headquarters, employees gathered in clusters, whispers spreading floor by floor. Some cried. Some cheered quietly. Most stared at their phones, watching the live feed. Victor Wolf, once untouchable, being led away in rain and handcuffs that weren't there but might as well have been. The board issued its statement at 2:14 a.m. Wolf Enterprises announces the permanent resignation of Victor Wolf as CEO and chairman. An independent forensic audit has been commissioned. All executive assistants and former employees are invited to come forward confidentially. We commit to zero-tolerance policy on harassment and full cooperation with authorities. Stock would reopen tomorrow. Down, but alive. Adrian and Alina watched the feed from his apartment, screens glowing in the dark. Adrian's face was unreadable. Alina turned to him. "It's over." He shook his head. "It's beginning." They stood together at the window. The empire shook, but it did not fall. Not yet, not completely. Because empires built on fear can be rebuilt on truth, if the people left standing choose to try. And tonight, two people had chosen. The son had walked away. The woman from the village had stood firm. And together they had shaken the foundations. The rain continued to fall, washing the city clean, or trying to. Chapter 31, The Public Scandal. The morning headlines arrived like thunder after lightning. Alina woke to the sound of Adrian's phone buzzing incessantly on the nightstand. Sunlight slanted through the blinds in sharp, accusing bars across the bed. She reached for her own device first, screen already flooded. Pratham Allo, front page. Victor Wolf detained overnight. ACC raids Wolf Enterprises HQ and residence audio evidence. Multiple witness statements. Forensic audit launched. Below it, a photo of Victor emerging from the ACC van in the rain, head high, expression unreadable, rain plastering his silver hair to his skull. The image had already gone viral. Business Times Bangladesh. Wolf stock plummets 18% on reopening. Board appoints independent oversight committee. Former CEO's son, Adrian Wolf, publicly disavows legacy. Calls for systemic reform. International wires had picked it up overnight. Reuters, Bloomberg, The Guardian. Keywords trending globally. Wolf scandal, corporate abuse, Bangladesh Me Too. Alina sat up slowly. Adrian stirred beside her, eyes opening to the same barrage. He read the first headline aloud, voice flat. Detained, not arrested, yet. Alina scrolled X. The anonymous account they'd used now had over 200,000 followers. Replies ranged from support to vitriol, some calling Victor a monster, others accusing Adrian of betrayal, Alina of opportunism. But the tide was turning. More women posting anonymously, former employees, interns, contractors. Same pattern, same silence enforced, same fear. A new thread from a verified journalist. Breaking, 3 more former Wolf assistants have contacted us with similar stories. One has agreed to go on record, names withheld for safety. This is no longer isolated allegations. This is systemic. Alina handed Adrian her phone. He stared at the screen. It's spreading. She nodded, like it was always meant to. They dressed in silence, simple clothes, no pretense. Adrian pulled on a dark sweater. Alina chose black trousers and a plain white shirt. No makeup, no armor, just themselves. Adrian's phone rang. University dean. He put it on speaker. Adrian, Elena, the Board of Trustees wants a formal statement from you both. On campus. Press conference if you're willing. The public is demanding answers. And protection, we've assigned security detail. Adrian glanced at Elena. She nodded once. We'll be there, he said. 11:00 a.m. They arrived at the university gates at 10:45. A small crowd had gathered, students, journalists, a few protesters holding signs, "Justice for survivors, end the silence, Wolf must fall." Security ushered them through a side entrance. The press room was packed, cameras, microphones, live streams rolling. The dean introduced them briefly. Adrian stepped to the podium first. Elena stood beside him, shoulder to shoulder. He spoke without notes. My name is Adrian Wolf. Until yesterday, I was heir to Wolf Enterprises. Today, I am simply Adrian. My father built an empire. He also built a culture of fear. I witnessed it. I ignored it. Until I couldn't. The evidence is real. The survivors are real. Their pain is real. I stand with them. I stand with Elena Rahman, who refused to be silenced. I stand with Layla, Nadia, and every woman who has come forward or still waits in the shadows. I have resigned any claim to leadership. I will testify fully to the ACC. I call on the board to dismantle the old systems, NDAs that protect abusers, loyalty tests that demand silence, power structures that enable harm. This is not the end of Wolf Enterprises. It is the end of the era that allowed this to happen. A new era begins today, one built on accountability, on respect, on truth. He stepped back. Elena moved forward. Her voice was steady, clear, unhurried. I am Elena Rahman. I came to Wolf Enterprises as an intern. I left as a survivor. Victor Wolf targeted me from day one. He touched me without consent, threatened my family, offered money for silence. When I refused, he escalated. But I was not alone. Layla warned me. Nadia shared her evidence. Countless others carried the same scars. This scandal is not about one man. It is about a system that protected him, that rewarded silence, that punished defiance. Today that system cracks. Today we speak. I call for full investigation. No settlements that buy silence. No exile that evades justice. To every survivor still afraid, you are not alone. Your voice matters. Your truth matters. We rise together. The room erupted, questions shouted, flashes blinding. They answered only a few. No, they had not been paid to speak. No, they were not seeking revenge, only justice. Yes, they feared retaliation, but fear had never stopped them before. They left through the same side door. Outside, students cheered. Some cried. A few held signs with Elena's name. Adrian pulled her close as security guided them to the car. It's public now, he said. No going back. Elena looked up at him, rain starting again, soft and steady. Good, she said. We were never meant to hide. The scandal had broken wide open. Headlines would scream for weeks. Investigations would drag for months. But the empire, shaken, bleeding, had begun to change. Because two people had chosen truth over silence, and truth, once public, could not be buried again. Chapter 32: The Fall of a Billionaire. The rain had cleared by midday, leaving Dhaka under a pale, washed-out sky. The city moved on, traffic snarled, vendors shouted, life pulsed. But inside the Wolf Enterprises tower, everything had changed. Victor Wolf's personal office on the 42nd floor stood empty for the first time in decades. The massive desk had been cleared. The crystal pitcher and tumblers gone. Only the single silver frame remained, face down, untouched since the night before. Security had sealed the room pending forensic audit. No one entered. No one dared. Downstairs in the lobby, employees gathered in small knots, some whispering, some openly weeping, others scrolling news feeds with wide eyes. The stock ticker on the wall screen, once a point of pride, now showed red arrows, minus 22% since reopening, trading volume unprecedented. International partners had issued cautious statements, monitoring developments, reviewing contracts. A few had quietly pulled funding lines. The board convened again at 1:00 p.m., virtual this time, no one willing to sit in the same room where Victor had once dominated. Interim Chair Rahman spoke first. ACC has frozen Victor's personal assets in Bangladesh. Offshore accounts under review. Warrants issued for additional documents. Preliminary findings. Systemic NDAs used to suppress complaints, executive assistants subjected to repeated coercion, financial trails indicating hush money payments disguised as bonuses. A director, older, loyal once, leaned forward on his screen. And the criminal charges? Likely, Rahman said. Coercion, extortion, abuse of power. If more women come forward on record, it could escalate to sexual assault allegations. The ACC is interviewing Layla's sister in Chittagong. Nadia Begum has agreed to speak. Others are expected. Silence on the call. Another voice, finance head. We're hemorrhaging value, partners withdrawing, talent flight starting. We need a public gesture, now. Rahman nodded. We do. Full release of the internal audit timeline, public apology to survivors, compensation fund, no NDAs attached, and a new CEO search. External, no family ties. Murmurs of agreement. The decision was unanimous. At 3:47 p.m., the official statement dropped. Wolf Enterprises acknowledges the gravity of the allegations against former CEO Victor Wolf. We express deep regret to all affected individuals. A victims' compensation and support fund has been established, independent administration, no confidentiality clauses required. We commit to third-party oversight, revised HR policies, and zero-tolerance enforcement. Victor Wolf is no longer affiliated with the company in any capacity. We will rebuild with integrity at the core. The statement included a hotline for survivors. No mention of Adrian, no defense of the past. Outside the tower, press swarmed. Cameras caught former employees leaving with boxes, some smiling, some tear-streaked. One woman, anonymous in the footage, held a sign, "I survived, now I speak." Victor's mansion stood dark that evening. Security had been pulled, lights off, gates locked. Neighbors whispered he had left at dawn, private car to the airport. No jet, commercial flight. Destination unknown. Rumors flew: Dubai, Singapore, Switzerland. Exile in silence. But one photo leaked, grainy, taken from a distance. Victor at the airport gate, alone, carry-on in hand, head bowed. No entourage, no power suit. Just a man in a plain coat disappearing into the crowd. The billionaire had fallen. Not in handcuffs, not in flames, in quiet, irreversible disgrace. Adrian and Alina watched the photo trend on X from his apartment. The caption read, "The fall of a titan." Alone. Adrian stared at the image, his father, diminished, human. Alina touched his shoulder. He chose this path. Adrian nodded slowly, and we chose ours. Outside, the city lights came on one by one. The empire still stood, wounded, diminished, but breathing. The billionaire had fallen, but the people he had silenced were rising, and in their rise, the true legacy began. Chapter 33, The Sun Takes Power. The boardroom on the 45th floor looked different in daylight. Sunlight poured through the glass walls, turning the ebony table into a mirror of the city below. No shadows today, no rain, just clear, unrelenting light. Adrian stood at the head of the table, not because he had claimed the chair, but because the interim board had asked him to speak first. 5 directors remained after the overnight resignations of Victor's loyalists. Interim Chair Rahman sat to his right, legal counsel to his left. The others, faces tired but resolute, watched him with a mixture of wariness and hope. Adrian wore a simple gray suit, no tie, sleeves rolled. Elena sat beside him, not as witness this time, but as partner. Her presence had been requested by 2 female directors who had read her statement. No one objected. Rahman spoke first. "Adrian, the company is bleeding, talent leaving, partners hesitant, stock down 29% since the halt lifted. We need leadership, stability, someone who knows the operations inside out. Someone the public trusts after everything." Adrian met each pair of eyes around the table. "I'm not here to inherit," he said clearly. "I'm here to rebuild if you'll let me, but only on certain conditions." He placed a single sheet of paper in the center of the table, typed, single-spaced. "Read it." The directors passed it around. Key points: immediate dissolution of all coercive NDAs and quarterly loyalty agreements. Independent HR oversight board with survivor representation. Mandatory training and reporting channels, no retaliation. Compensation fund expanded, no caps, no silence clauses. 20% of executive bonuses redirected to survivor support and ethical initiatives. No family members in leadership roles for 5 years. Full transparency, annual public audits of culture and compliance. Adrian as interim CEO for maximum 18 months, then open global search for permanent successor. Rahman finished reading, looked up. "You're giving away power before you even take it." Adrian nodded. "I'm taking responsibility, not ownership. The company isn't mine. It never was. It belongs to the people who built it honestly. The ones who stayed silent out of fear. The ones who left broken. If I lead, it's to give it back to them." A female director, Sophia Khan, legal, leaned forward. "And Elena." Elena spoke before Adrian could. "I'm not taking a title. I'm not joining the board. I'm here as advisor on culture reform, unpaid, independent. I'll work with survivors groups, design the training, monitor compliance. If the company backslides, I walk, and I speak." Silence, then Rahman. "You're both asking us to trust you after him." Adrian met her gaze. "I'm asking you to trust evidence. Action, results, not bloodline, not promises. I've already resigned any permanent claim. I've testified to the ACC. I've burned the bridge to my father. What more do you need?" Sophia looked around the table. One by one, hands rose, unanimous. Interim CEO, Adrian Wolf, term, 18 months maximum. Conditions, accepted in full. Adrian did not smile, he simply nodded once. "Thank you, we start today." The meeting ended at 11:42 a.m. By 12:15, the announcement dropped. Wolf Enterprises names Adrian Wolf interim CEO, son of former leader, accepts role with strict reform mandate. This is not succession. This is renewal. Adrian Wolf. Elena stood beside him in the hallway outside the boardroom. "You took power," she said quietly. "I took responsibility," he corrected. "Power without accountability is what broke this place. I won't repeat that." She smiled, small, proud. What now? Adrian looked out at the city, his city now, in a way it never had been before. Now we rebuild, one policy, one survivor, one day at a time. Behind them, the tower lights burned steady. The empire had fallen. But from the ruins, something new was rising, led by a son who had chosen truth over throne, and a woman who had refused to kneel. The son had taken power, not to rule, but to heal. Chapter 34, Trust Rebuilt. The first week after Adrian's appointment felt like walking on cracked ice, every step deliberate, every sound amplified. The tower had changed. Security cameras were being audited and repositioned. HR offices expanded with new confidential reporting rooms, soft lighting, no glass walls, trained counselors on site. The executive floor lost its sterile silence. Employees now moved freely, heads higher, conversations no longer whispered. Adrian's new office, former boardroom annex, was stripped bare. No massive desk, no family photos. Just a simple table, 2 chairs, a laptop, and a single potted plant Alina had brought from her dorm. The orchid Victor once sent her had been quietly discarded. He worked long hours, reviewing policies, meeting survivors' advocates, interviewing new HR leads. Alina came every day not as employee, but as advisor. She sat across from him, notes open, voice steady. They spoke little of Victor. The ACC had confirmed his departure. Flight manifest showed Singapore, then silence. No extradition yet, no public statement, just absence. One evening, after the building emptied, Adrian closed his laptop and looked at Alina across the table. "I keep waiting for the other shoe," he said quietly. "For him to call, to offer another deal, to remind me I'm still his son." Alina set her pen down. "He hasn't." "Not yet." She stood, walked around the table, sat on the edge beside him. "He might never. He's lost the one thing he valued more than anything, control. Over you, over the company, over the narrative. Silence is his last weapon." Adrian reached for her hand. "And you, do you trust me with this, with power?" Alina studied him, really studied. The lines around his eyes deeper now, the weight of the role already showing. "I trust you," she said, "because you asked the question, because you wrote the conditions yourself, because you resigned permanent claim before you even started, because you let me sit here, not as decoration, not as token, but as equal." Adrian exhaled, long, slow. "I don't want to become him." "You won't." "How do you know?" "Because you doubt yourself," she said simply. "He never did. Doubt is the guardrail. It keeps you from falling." He pulled her closer. She rested her forehead against his. "I'm scared," he admitted, "of failing them, of failing you, of failing the people who trusted us to change this place." "Then be scared," Alina said, "and keep going anyway." They stayed like that until the city lights came on, tower windows reflecting 1,000 small flames. The next morning, Adrian called a company-wide virtual town hall. No script, no PR team hovering. He spoke from his simple office, Alina standing just off camera. "My name is Adrian Wolf. I am interim CEO. I know many of you are afraid, angry, uncertain. Some of you suffered in silence. Some of you watched it happen. Some of you left because of it. I was part of the problem by omission, by loyalty, by blindness. I apologize, not as CEO, as a person who failed you. We are changing, not with words, with actions." The compensation fund is open, no strings. New reporting channels are live, anonymous, protected. We are hiring external auditors for culture and compliance. Survivor advocates will sit on the oversight board, and I will step down in 18 months, no extensions. No heir apparent. Open search. No family. This company belongs to you now. The people who show up every day. The people who stayed. The people who left but deserve to return if they choose. We rebuild together. Or we don't rebuild at all. Thank you for giving me the chance to earn your trust. I intend to. He ended the call. No applause. No Q&A, just silence. Thoughtful, heavy, hopeful. Later in his office, Alina brought him tea, black, no sugar. He took it, sipped, looked at her. Trust takes time, she said. Adrian nodded. Then we have time. Outside, the city moved on traffic, vendors, life. Inside the tower, something fragile was growing. Trust, rebuilt brick by brick, not by a billionaire, but by a son who had learned to listen, and a woman who had taught him how. Chapter 35, The Woman Who Fought Back. The university auditorium was packed, standing room only, overflow spilling into the lobby where screens had been set up for live viewing. Students sat cross-legged in the aisles. Faculty stood along the walls. Journalists lined the back rows, cameras rolling. A banner hung above the stage, simple white letters on black. Strength, resilience, justice, no corporate logos, no sponsors, just those 3 words. Alina Rahman walked onto the stage alone. No notes, no podium. Just a microphone stand in the center of the empty platform. She wore the same black midi dress she had worn to the Wolf family dinner, the one that had once been a weapon of defiance. Today it was simply fabric, no armor needed anymore. The room quieted before she spoke, not out of awe, out of recognition. She looked out at the sea of faces, young, old, hopeful, angry, healing, and began. My name is Alina Rahman. I was an intern at Wolf Enterprises for less than 2 months. In that time, I was targeted, touched without consent, threatened, and offered money to stay silent. I refused, I documented, I spoke, I fought, and I did not fight alone. Layla warned me. Nadia shared her scars. Countless others carried the same weight in silence until they couldn't anymore. This is not my story. This is ours. The woman who fought back is not one person. She is every assistant who left a late-night meeting shaking. Every intern who felt eyes linger too long. Every employee who signed an NDA knowing it wasn't just about trade secrets. She is the mother who protected her daughter by disappearing into the night. She is the student who refused a billionaire's offer because some things are not for sale. She is you, sitting here today, listening, believing, refusing to look away. We fought back not with violence, not with vengeance, but with truth, with evidence, with voices that refused to be silenced. And because we fought, a man fell, an empire shook, a system cracked, but falling is not the end. Shaking is not destruction. Cracking is not collapse. It is space. Space for something new to grow. I stand here today not as a victim, not as a hero. I stand as proof that one voice, joined with others, can move mountains, or at least make billionaires fall. To every woman still afraid, your silence was never weakness. It was survival. Your voice now is power. Use it. We will listen. We will believe. We will fight beside you. Thank you. She stepped back from the microphone. No bow, no flourish, just a single nod. The room erupted, not applause at first, but a wave of sound, cheers, sobs, shouts of agreement, then clapping thunderous, sustained. Students rose. Faculty joined. Journalists lowered their cameras to wipe their eyes. Alina walked off the stage. Adrian waited in the wings, simple black shirt, no tie. He took her hand as she reached him. You were magnificent, he whispered. She smiled, small, tired, radiant. I was honest. Outside, the crowd waited, not for autographs, not for photos, for handshakes, for hugs, for quiet words. Thank you. I believe you. Me too. Elena stopped for each one. Adrian stood beside her, silent guardian, not spotlight stealer. One young woman, barely 20, approached last. I was an intern last summer, she said, voice trembling. I left after 3 weeks. I never told anyone until today. Elena took both her hands. You're telling now, she said. That's enough. The girl cried. Elena held her. The woman who fought back had become more than a symbol. She had become a beginning, and in her wake, hundreds more were rising. The fight wasn't over, but it was no longer fought in shadows. It was fought in light, in voices, in truth, and truth, once spoken, could not be taken back. Chapter 36, A New Beginning. The small conference room on the 12th floor of the rebranded Wolf Enterprises headquarters smelled faintly of fresh paint and coffee. Sunlight streamed through the windows, clean, unobstructed, no blinds drawn against prying eyes. The table was round now, not rectangular. No head, no hierarchy, just 8 chairs, 7 occupied. Adrian sat at one side, simple gray shirt, sleeves rolled, no title on his badge anymore. Interim CEO had become facilitator in internal memos. He preferred it that way. Elena sat beside him, black trousers, white blouse, hair loose for once. Across from them, Nadia Begum, newly promoted to marketing director after 2 years in the shadows. Beside her, 3 other women, former assistants who had returned after the compensation fund launched and the silence clauses dissolved. One held a notebook, another cradled a mug like a shield. The 8th chair remained empty. Layla S. Nadia spoke first, voice steady, no longer whispering. She texted me last week. From Sylhet, new number, new name for her daughter at school, they're safe. She's teaching part-time. Says she watches the news sometimes, smiles when she sees our names. Elena's throat tightened. Did she say anything else? Nadia smiled, small real. She said, tell Elena the fight wasn't for nothing. We're breathing easier now. Silence settled warm, not heavy. Adrian leaned forward. We're here to decide the next step. The oversight board is in place. Policies rewritten. Training mandatory, reporting up 300% voluntary, protected. Stock stabilized at plus 12% after the reform's announcement. Partners returning, but we're not done. One woman, Rena, former executive assistant, spoke up. The compensation fund helped. Therapy, legal fees, moving costs, but money isn't healing. Time is. And knowing it won't happen again. Elena nodded. Then we make sure it doesn't. Permanent Survivor Advisory Council, paid positions, veto power on HR policy changes. Annual culture audits published publicly. No more closed-door mentorships. No more private late-night meetings without witnesses. Nadia added, and mentorship programs, open, documented cross-gender panels, real guidance, not power plays. Agreement rippled around the table. Adrian looked at each face. This isn't my company anymore, he said quietly. It's ours, yours, the people who stayed, the people who left and came back, the people who never should have had to leave. I'll step down in 14 months. The search for permanent CEO starts next quarter, external, diverse, no family ties. Until then, we build. Rena raised her mug. To new beginnings. They clinked coffee, tea, water, simple, human. After the meeting, Elena and Adrian walked the floor together. Employees nodded, some smiled, some still looked away, healing unfinished. But no one flinched when Adrian passed. No one whispered when Elena spoke. They stopped at the window overlooking the city. Adrian slipped his hand into hers. I never thought I'd stand here again, he said. Not like this. Elena leaned against him. You're not standing here for him anymore. You're standing for them. He kissed her temple, and for you. She smiled, and for us. Outside, Dhaka moved, rickshaws weaving, vendors calling, life continuing. Inside, something new had begun, not an empire, not a legacy, a beginning, quiet, imperfect, human, and that was enough. Chapter 37, Love Tested. The small rooftop garden atop Adrian's apartment building had become their refuge. Potted jasmine climbed the trellis, releasing scent into the humid evening air. City lights glittered below like scattered diamonds, but up here the noise felt distant, muffled by wind and leaves. A single string of warm bulbs hung overhead, casting soft gold across the wooden table between them. Elena sat with her knees drawn up, a cup of chamomile tea cooling in her hands. Adrian leaned against the railing, sleeves rolled, staring out at the skyline where the Wolf Tower still stood, lights on, but no longer dominating. 3 months had passed since the board meeting. 3 months since Adrian stepped into the interim role. 3 months of late nights, endless meetings, survivor testimonies, policy rewrites, and the slow, painful work of rebuilding trust in a place that had once thrived on fear. They rarely spoke of Victor. The ACC investigation continued, charges pending, extradition talks stalled in Singapore. Victor had vanished into silence. No interviews, no statements, just absence. Tonight, though, the silence between them felt different. Adrian turned, walked to the table, sat across from her. I've been offered the permanent CEO position, he said quietly. The board voted last week. Unanimous. They want me to stay. No search. No external candidate. Just me. Elena set her cup down carefully. What did you say? I said I'd think about it. He met her eyes. I wanted to talk to you first. She studied him, really studied. The man who had once carried the weight of legacy like a crown he never asked for. The man who had burned that crown rather than wear it tainted. And what are you thinking? She asked. Adrian exhaled slowly. Part of me wants it, not the power, not the title, the chance to finish what we started. The reforms are working, reporting up, turnover down, morale climbing, employees are staying. Some who left are coming back. The culture is changing, slowly, painfully, but it is changing. Elena nodded, and the other part. The other part remembers why I said 18 months maximum. No family dynasty. No shadow. I don't want to become what he was, even if I do it better, even if I do it right. The name Wolf still carries weight, still carries scars. If I stay, I risk becoming the thing we fought against. She reached across the table, took his hand. Then don't stay, she said simply. Step down when the term ends. Let the board choose someone new, someone unburdened by the name. You've already given them the foundation. Let them build on it. Adrian's thumb traced circles on the back of her hand. And us, if I walk away, no more tower, no more late nights, no more empire to fix, just us. Ordinary life. Ordinary jobs, ordinary days. Elena smiled, small, warm. Ordinary sounds like freedom. He looked at her, long, searching. I love you, he said. Not because you fought him, not because you saved me from becoming him, because you see me, the real me, not the heir, not the CEO, just Adrian. She stood, walked around the table, sat on his lap, arms around his neck. I love you too, she whispered. The man who chose truth over throne, the man who listens, the man who doubts himself enough to stay human. He kissed her slow, deep, certain. When they pulled apart, he rested his forehead against hers. I'll tell the board tomorrow, 18 months, no extension. Then we walk together. Elena smiled against his lips. Together. They stayed like that as the city hummed below, two people who had once been caught in an empire's shadow. Now the shadow was lifting, and what remained was light. Simple, honest, real, love-tested, tried, unbroken. The empire had fallen, but they had risen. And in their rising, they had found each other, not as heir and intern, not as savior and survivor, just as two people who chose each other, over everything. Chapter 38, Engagement Under the Stars. The rooftop garden had become their sanctuary over the months, jasmine blooming thicker now, the string lights brighter against the velvet Dhaka sky. Tonight the air carried the faint salt of the river breeze, and the city below hummed softer than usual, as though giving them space. Adrian had asked Alina to meet him here after sunset. No explanation, just a simple text, rooftop, 800, wear the black dress. She arrived in it, the same midi dress that had once been armor against a billionaire's gaze. Tonight it felt lighter, freer. Her hair fell loose over her shoulders, moon pendant resting against her skin. Adrian waited near the trellis, dark shirt, sleeves rolled, no tie. A small table had been set, 2 glasses, a bottle of sparkling water, he knew her habits, and a single white orchid in a black pot. The same kind Victor once sent as silent claim. Tonight it was Adrian's offering, quiet, deliberate, reclaimed. He smiled when he saw her. You wore it. She stepped closer. It's mine now, not his. Adrian took her hands. His were warm, steady. I've been thinking about the future, he said quietly. Not the company. Not the name, us. Elena's heart kicked once, sharp, hopeful. Adrian exhaled as though gathering courage he rarely needed. I don't want to inherit anything anymore. Not power, not legacy. Not even this city if it means carrying shadows. I want to build something new, with you, beside you, not above, not behind. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a small velvet box, simple, black, no gold trim. Elena's breath caught. He opened it. Inside, a thin platinum band. No diamond, no flash, just a single crescent moon, tiny, perfect, matching her pendant exactly. Crafted to fit beside it, interlocking, inseparable. I had it made, he said softly. From the same silver as your mother's gift, the moon that protected you. Now it protects us both. He dropped to one knee, not grand, not theatrical, just honest. Elena Rahman, you fought a billionaire and won. You fought for yourself, for others, for truth. You taught me what strength really is, what love really means. I don't want to own you. I don't want to control you. I want to walk beside you, build with you, grow old with you, marry me. Not because I have anything to offer except myself. Marry me because I love you more than any empire I could ever inherit. Tears blurred Elena's vision. She laughed through them, soft, disbelieving, joyful. Yes, she whispered, then louder, yes. Adrian rose, slipped the ring onto her finger, perfect fit. The crescent moon aligned with her pendant, 2 halves completing a whole. He kissed her, slow, deep, certain. Under the stars, under the lights, under the same sky that had once watched her walk into danger. When they pulled apart, Elena rested her forehead against his. No big wedding, she said. No headlines, no tower, just us. Family, friends, quiet. Adrian smiled against her lips. Just us. They stood wrapped in each other as the city moved below, indifferent, alive, continuing. The billionaire's son had once been offered an empire. He had chosen a life instead, and the woman who fought back had chosen him. Under the stars, 2 crescents became one circle, a new beginning, a quiet promise. Love tested, unbroken, eternal. Chapter 39, The Wedding of Power. The village mosque courtyard had never looked so alive. White fairy lights draped across the mango trees, their soft glow mingling with the golden hour sun. Long tables covered in simple cotton cloth held platters of biryani, kebabs, sheer kurma, and fresh jalebi, food prepared by Alina's mother and aunts, shared freely with neighbors who had known her since she was a child running barefoot through the rice fields. No grand ballroom, no crystal chandeliers, no media helicopters circling overhead. Just family, close friends, a few trusted colleagues from the reformed Wolf Enterprises, and the quiet hum of celebration. Alina stood under the neem tree where she had once dreamed of leaving the village behind. Today she wore a deep red lehenga, embroidered with silver moons and stars, the fabric shimmering like night sky. Her hair was braided with jasmine, the same flowers her mother had worn at her own wedding. The crescent pendant rested against her chest, and on her finger, Adrian's ring, the interlocking moon now complete. Adrian waited at the simple wooden arch draped in marigolds. He wore a cream sherwani with subtle gold threading, no tie, no western suit. His eyes found hers the moment she stepped forward, and everything else faded. The guests, the music, the village itself. They met halfway. No aisle. No procession. Just two people walking toward each other in the place where Alina had first learned what strength meant. The imam stood beneath the arch, gentle, smiling, the same man who had taught Alina Quran as a girl. He spoke the nikah in quiet, steady Arabic, then translated for the crowd. Do you, Adrian Wolf, accept Alina Rahman as your wife, in the presence of these witnesses, according to the teachings of Islam? Adrian's voice was clear, unwavering. I do. Do you, Alina Rahman, accept Adrian Wolf as your husband, in the presence of these witnesses, according to the teachings of Islam? Alina looked into his eyes, storm gray, now calm. I do. The imam smiled. Then you are husband and wife. No kiss for show, just a quiet moment, hands clasped, foreheads touching, a private promise amid the cheers and ululations that rose around them. The celebration began in earnest. Children ran between tables, stealing sweets. Alina's younger sister danced with friends, laughing freely. Adrian's uncle, the one board member who had stayed loyal to reform, raised a glass of sharbat in toast. To new beginnings, he said, and to the courage that made them possible. Alina's mother approached, eyes shining, hands trembling as she cupped Alina's face. You came back, she whispered, not to take, to give. Alina hugged her fiercely. I came back because this is home, and he is home. Adrian joined them, bowing slightly, touching her mother's feet in quiet respect. The older woman pulled him into an embrace. You take care of my moon, she said. I will, Adrian promised. Always. As night fell, the music softened. Guests drifted home. Alina and Adrian slipped away to the edge of the courtyard under the same neem tree. She leaned against him, his arms around her waist. No empire, she murmured. No tower, just this. Adrian kissed her temple. This is everything. They looked up, stars bright above the village, no city glare to dim them. The wedding of power had not been about crowns or thrones. It had been about two people who chose each other, over legacy, over fear, over silence. A billionaire's son and a village girl, a reformer and a fighter, husband and wife. Under the stars, the circle completed, and in that quiet completion, the true power began, not to rule, but to love, to heal, to begin again. Chapter 40. The Queen of the Empire. The morning after the wedding, sunlight filtered through the thin cotton curtains of Alina's childhood room in the village house. She woke first, Adrian still asleep beside her, breathing slow and even, one arm draped across her waist. The simple wooden bed creaked faintly as she shifted. Outside, village sounds drifted in, roosters calling, her mother already clattering pots in the kitchen, children laughing in the yard. Elena slipped from the sheets, wrapped a shawl around her shoulders, and stepped onto the small veranda. The rice fields stretched golden green under the early sun. The same fields her father had worked every dawn of her life. The same fields she had once run through, dreaming of Dhaka's towers. Now those towers belonged to someone else. She touched the interlocking moon rings on her finger, hers and Adrian's fused into one circle. No empire, no throne, just this, quiet, ordinary, real. Adrian appeared behind her, hair tousled, shirt half-buttoned. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, chin resting on her shoulder. "Morning, wife," he murmured. She leaned back into him. "Morning, husband." They stood in silence, watching the fields breathe with the wind. "I resigned yesterday," he said quietly. "Official letter to the board. 18 months ends next week." They accepted. No extension, no negotiation. The search begins tomorrow, external candidates only. Elena turned in his arms, looked up at him. "You're free." "We're free." She smiled, slow, radiant. "What now?" Adrian brushed a strand of hair from her face. "We live, really live. No schedules, no crises, no shadows. Maybe teach both of us. Maybe start something small, ethical consulting. Survivor support networks, or nothing at all for a while, just be." Elena rested her head against his chest, listened to his heartbeat, steady, sure. "I want to go back to the university," she said. "Finish my degree, then teach, business ethics, corporate responsibility. Make sure the next generation knows what power can do when it's unchecked." Adrian kissed the top of her head. "And I'll be your student, first row, taking notes." She laughed, soft, free. They stayed like that until her mother called them in for breakfast, paratha, eggs, sweet tea. Simple, warm, home. Months passed. Adrian stepped down exactly on schedule. The board chose an external CEO, a woman from Singapore with a track record in ethical governance. The reforms held. The company stabilized. Not the titan it once was, but stronger in ways that mattered. Elena completed her degree top of her class, thesis on power, silence, and systemic change. She began teaching part-time at the university, her classes always full. Students came for the stories, stayed for the truth. They lived simply. Adrian's apartment sold, proceeds split between survivor funds and a small house near the university. No tower views, no security gates, just a garden, bookshelves, and each other. One evening, years later, they stood on their own small rooftop, Jasmine climbing the railing, city lights soft in the distance. Elena leaned against him, moon pendant and wedding ring catching the same light. "Do you ever miss it?" she asked. "The power, the empire." Adrian shook his head. "I miss nothing that required silence." She turned in his arms, looked up at him, still storm-gray eyes, now calm seas. "You gave it up," she said softly, "for this." "For us," he corrected. "And for them, the women who fought back, the ones still fighting, the ones who'll never have to fight the same way again." Elena smiled, small, fierce, complete. "Then we won." Adrian kissed her, slow, certain, eternal. Below them, the city moved on. Above them, the stars watched. And in that quiet space between, Elena Rahman, once an intern, once a target, once a fighter, stood beside her husband, not as queen of an empire, but as queen of her own life, her own truth, her own love. The empire had fallen. but the woman who fought back had risen. And in her rising, she had become more than any throne could ever offer. She had become free. The end